Let's call to order this regularly scheduled commission meeting of the City of St. Pete Beach. It is Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 at 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first item we have is recognition of Florida Center for Public Management graduates.
Need a roll call.
Sorry.
Vice Mayor Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Marone.
Here.
Commissioner Grouse.
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Now we're good.
Okay, good evening. We have two of our employees that just completed the certified public manager course. It is through Florida State. We had a big graduation up in Largo a couple weeks ago that I attended. The course is 360 hours. It's 8 sessions of 40-hour sessions, and some of the sessions are titled under principal management, system thinking, motivational staff, motivating staff. So it took 18 months for them to complete this. It's a lot of time. It's homework. It's in person. It was a good group of public servants that also went through this program. I got the little graduation thing right here. But I want to call up Amanda Edmonds, our operation manager who runs the parks and beaches, and Carrie Nelson, who is our HR administrator, who completed this. It was a lot of time and time away from, as what they were saying in the graduation, it's families that have to compromise here at work. They're gone, and they have to attend to those and do homework. So it was, anyways, it's a big accomplishment, and we congratulate them for that.
Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah.
Congratulations. Great. All right, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Yes, sir. I have a couple of changes. First, I want to add item 7D for discussion is beach renourishment. I want to add item 5F, and I believe that you got information on that item late yesterday. Is an agreement with the playground equipment installer and manufacturer to extend their contract. That would be item 5F. And I would like to see if we can extend the courtesy of moving item 6C to after the approval of the agenda or after audience comments, so we can get our our pension board attorney has joined us through Zoom, so I'll be asking if we can just offer her the courtesy of having this item disposed early on the agenda at the discretion of the commission.
Okay. City Manager, did you also want to add a discussion item about the additional budget workshop?
I can if you want to, yes.
Or do you want to do it during this?
I can do reports, right?
Okay.
I'd like to, excuse me, I lost track of the items, but I'd like to add an item, a discussion item on city's resignation guidelines for the employee handbook.
That would be under
D.
I don't even try, and I lost track. And then, as I do every meeting, just a quick update on a discussion item on city manager expenses. Thank you.
I would like to move item 4F from consent to action item 5G. And then I would like to add discussion item 7G at the request of the attorneys working on the ongoing investigation.
What was that?
They asked the commission to decide if they want a written report or a oral report, and to have that as a discussion item.
Mr. Mayor, did we want to move what Alex had asked for in regard to the ordinance? He asked if we could move it to after 2 or to after 3. If you guys, when you make a decision, can you just let me know so I know where to put it, please?
I think we can do it after the approval of the agenda.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve, to amend the agenda as proposed?
So,
So moved.
second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, first we have item 6C, second reading of ordinance 2023-6.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 66 Pensions and Retirement, Article 4 Firefighters Retirement System, Division 1 Generally, Division 2 Administration, and Division 3 Benefits of the Code of Ordinances of the City of St. Pete Beach, amending Section 66-252 Benefit Freeze and Maximum Benefit, amending Section 66-254 Contributions, amending Section 66-339, Parent B, Parent 2, benefits effective January 1st, 2013, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you. And if you'll please silence your cell phones. All right.
Yeah, this is the second reading of the ordinance that pursuant to our labor contract is going to modify the contribution rates and the retirement benefits for existing employees effective October 1 of 2023. As we discussed at the last meeting, the part about future employees joining the Florida retirement system or having current employees have the ability to transfer through the Florida retirement system will be completed pursuant to an action that the board will take after the vote of the employees has been finalized, ratified by the state. The attorney for the who drafted the ordinance, Bonnie Jensen, is here and available to answer any questions or explain anything further that the commission might want to ask.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Has anything changed from first reading to second reading?
No.
And no other questions?
Okay.
Questions?
Any audience comments? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2023-06.
I second the motion.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you for being available, Bonnie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, you too.
All right, next we have audience comments.
So there were 4 people that signed up to speak via the online form submittal. 2 did come to check in with me to let me know they were present. 2 did not. All 4 of the individuals are essentially signed up to speak on item 7B, the residential homes. I spoke to one of them and they This isn't an action item. It could turn into an action item, but for now, it's just a discussion item. So I gave the people who did check in with me the option to hold and wait to hear what the attorney wants to speak about and on this topic and provide comments at that time. They both said, the two that checked in would rather wait. There's two, Lisa Reich, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the last name, and Ruta Hantz, who did not check in with me, and I do not know if they are present, and I don't know their choice.
We are present, and we'll wait.
Okay, so they would want to wait. Okay. And then we have one on just a regular item, or non-agenda item, Dean Lurker.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Dean Lurker, Paso Grill Way. Do you need the specific address of the residence?
No.
I can put it on your
Okay,
form
fine.
here to find.
So thank you, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for attending, those of you that attended the July 19th District 4 meeting down at Paso Grill. So while I was there, I spoke up about concern for many residents about the growing boater population, a number of boats that frequent the Paso Grill Marina, the bars and restaurants. And whenever they are down by the Vina del Mar Bridge, and whenever they leave, many of them leave at very high speed, putting people who are on paddle boards or canoes or kayaks at risk, as well as aquatic life and as well as damage to our docks and seawalls. I noted on the agenda tonight that you're addressing one of those areas, which is seawalls. But thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been spent over the years on the Paso Grill public docks, Mary Pier, and they're going to continue to take a beating without some intervention, hopefully by this committee or state entity. And the same applies to aquatic marine life. And I would only ask you to think back what former Senator and Governor Bob Graham did with Jimmy Buffett years ago, back in 1981, when they formed an alliance to take action to help save the manatee population. And I'd also point out that one of your former council members here, Mr. Bruno Falkenstein, took it upon himself with many, many volunteers down at Paso Grill to help save our turtle population, and they do so even to this day, both on the beach as well as Shell Isle. So the signatures of the petition I'd like to hand to the clerk this evening would ask you to consider imposing a speed limit on our side of the Paso Grill Channel. And we recognize that you may not have jurisdiction over this, but we would ask you not to stop if you make that determination, but to enlist the assistance of the county commissioners. I've recently been in contact with Commissioner Kathleen Peters, who's aware of the many activities that are going on currently with the beach reclamation, as well as the area that I'm addressing this evening. And I've also spoken with Mike Levette, who's the County Marine Safety Coordinator, and he urges us to stay actively involved in it. And he pointed out that St. Pete Beach years ago, back in 1991, undertook a request to the state, which was ultimately approved, for speed signs in McPherson Bay, which is the northern part of Vina del Mar. So I would like to go ahead and submit those at this time and ask you for your consideration to take this type of positive action to help maintain our quality of life here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the work that you have put into this. It's, you know, thank you for the work that you have put into this. I know it's not easy, and much appreciated.
Yeah. And I think we discussed this at the District 4 Town Hall, that once we wrap up the beach ordinance revisions, the next item that we'll be looking at is going to be the waterways.
And having resident support is going to help us try to convince the state that this is the right thing to do. Yes.
And I would like to echo a lot of those comments for Blind Pass Waterway also. If we could somehow try to get speed limits situated in that channel also.
Yep. Thank you, sir. City Clerk, any other audience comments?
Yes, Omar, I apologize, I can't read your last name. You just came up here. You can come to the podium.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Omar Chacon, I'm at 3335 West Maritana Drive. I've got some pictures that I'd like y'all to have a quick gander at. My topic tonight involves the kayakers once again. I live at that address that I call Kayak Hell. And I want to talk about safety and the topic of safety at our boat ramps. Gentlemen, and all of you in attendance, you recall those nights when the storm comes in rapidly with lightning bearing down seemingly right above your home? I believe we've all said, so I therefore quote, "Wow, that one was close." Right? You've been in your house. We're all glad to be safely indoors. Well, not if you work for the kayak company operating out of the boat ramp at Donsazar Place, across from address 3335 West Maritana Drive. I have witnessed those young people loading the kayaks as the storm bears down on them in pouring monsoon-like rain, thunder roaring, lightning flashing nearby. They rush to load those kayaks. The owner of that company has them believing they are invulnerable to the elements. Now consider their customers. We know they already have a fatality on their record. I know more than I will mention as I listened to the argument that went on afterwards amongst the workers on that dark, moonless night, when obviously there were not as many leaders on the water that dark night as there should have been. Now, it seems almost inevitable, as night after night, they corral their clients as close together on the sidewalk as possible. Inevitable that they make a mistake in their obviously limited ability to forecast the weather, and lightning becomes a possibility towards new fatalities. There is a total disregard for safety night after night during this time of year. In the pictures I provided, would you go out onto the water in a kayak? We all know lightning can occur miles from storms before a storm arrives and after it seems to have departed. There is no shelter at the ramp for those people that have gathered. Many do not have cars parked close by. My point is simple. You're doing right by the city by proceeding to limit the hours of operation at our ramps and to require a permit for all businesses considering operations at a city ramp. I cannot emphasize this enough. You could very well be saving someone's life. That consideration is not part of that kayak business's plans. Rather, what I witness night after night is total disregard for safety. Please do bring in new guidelines as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other audience comments? Thank you. Move on to item 4, consent. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Ms. Mandel?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have item 5A, Fire Pension Board Trustee Appointment.
Mayor Commissioners, I reached out to the 3 applicants and informed them of the discussion at the last meeting. One, Susan, she responded and provided information, and I've since given that to you in your packet. Mr. Francis, I have included that, which was after the fact of the last agenda. I did speak with all 3 of them and told them of today's date and time to come and be here for any questions. Mr. Francis informed me that he is out of the city in the summertime. We discussed the dates for the pension board, and I mentioned to him the July date, and he confirmed with me that he will be able to come back in person and attend those meetings, so he won't be missing them regularly. However, he is not here this evening.
This is Don F.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And who do we have here tonight?
No one confirmed with me.
Susan's here.
Okay. Susan? Hi, Susan. Susan is here. Okay, yeah, we had a side conversation, so thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing that. Susan is present. I did not hear back from Mr. Tholen. He was present at the last meeting. He did give you a little synopsis of his biography, or his work history, his biography. And then Don, I spoke to him on email.
Okay. Would you be open to answering a few questions for us?
Do I have to take a note?
If you don't mind. If you'll please state your name.
Susan Consul.
Would you be able to tell us just briefly, your qualifications and what your desire is to be on this board?
I'm a longtime resident. I live on 6340 Third Palm Point in the Three Palms Point neighborhood. My background is in accounting, and I'm a retired healthcare administrator. My desire to serve on the board or any board when asked to volunteer is I'd like to be more involved in the city government. Some of you have seen me before speaking about different issues, sidewalks, safety, pedestrian safety, and I just like to be involved in the city government. So when I received the email, because I had submitted an application to serve on one of the boards, this opportunity became available, and I said I would like to be considered. Now, I recognize that I'm not a CPA, and I don't have the financial investment background, but if asked to serve, I am available to do so.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Okay, so we have 3 applicants, 2 who have come before the commission.
I know Don Francis as a neighbor and as a representative of the Pasco Community Association, and I know about his business background and what he does today. He's really, really, really qualified. Really qualified. And despite the fact that he's not here, he is committed. He really is committed to the area. His credentials are very impressive, not just overall, but as, I think, targeted to the position. The other applicants may be as equally qualified, I just don't know. But that's who I'm favoring.
Yeah, we looked at, I'm sorry, how do you say his last name?
Francis.
Francis, we looked at Mr. Francis's resume. He does have extensive experience. Ms. Gonzo also has good experience, certainly not that.
I think he's a perfect fit.
I don't think I have any more to say then.
I would just like to say thank you for applying. We really appreciate you, and I hope that you're able to serve on another board somewhere. And like you say, just keep in touch because there's always openings. But I have to agree that this Don, his credentials do seem pretty impressive. I think he would be a good fit also. So
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Donald Francis to the Fire Pension Board of Trustees.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
For a term ending August 10th, 2025, Commissioner?
Yes.
Second agrees?
Second agrees.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, next we have action item 5B, the concession lease agreement with Starson LLC.
Good evening. We are here today for a renewal for our concession agreement. 5 years ago, we went through a pretty arduous bid and application period where Starson was selected to enter into the agreement, and the first 5 of their years is coming to a close at the end of this month. They've exercised their option to look to renew for another 5 years, and so that is why we are here today. Both Mr. Janasek and Mr. DeMayo are here if you have any questions particular to them.
So look, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I read the contracts, the requirements, the T's and C's. So the question I have for the city staff is, first off, how do we evaluate their performance? Because these are public record. The Upham Beach location was closed twice in the last 100 days by the health inspectors. So how are we evaluated that we should be renewing for another 5 years? Second, there are a number of prescriptive T's and C's in the contract that I'm not sure are being followed, because we talk about sale of beer and wine, but we all know and partake of and enjoy more than beer and wine at both locations. But the contract, the permitted, if I look at the contract item 6, permitted use of premises, it talks about the sale of beer and wine. Single disposable biodegradable cups. I mean, we've all observed White Claws being sold in cans. Cups must have the establishment logo. We've been we've had a lot of discussion, particularly in the large resort district, about cups and having the logos and making sure why that's being done. And it's not clear to me that's being done on a consistent basis, if at all. So a number of items that I'd like to understand better before we provide a 5-year extension, and I understand certainly from the applicant they'd want a 5-year extension, but these are just some of the things I think we need to discuss before we execute a 5-year contract.
And I'd also like to add another question to that, and that is on 5A, the rent payment. Trying to understand how that fits into today's market rates, because since 2018 to today, there's been some significant changes. And if that rate is still reflective of...
So that's the rate that started off 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They have to pay 3% or the CPI, whichever is greater,
Mm-hmm.
which I believe, and Mr. Janasek could probably confirm, the CPI has been larger. They're not paying $15,000 currently. It's closer to around $18,000. I think that was, I think they're right around $18,000.
It's $17,750.
Okay. So it has gone up over the 5 years based on how the contract is written.
I understand. The question is, going forward, is that still...
Yeah, and I believe CPI for the current year is going to be around 7%. So there's some years will be significantly higher than the 3%.
Sure, but even if the CPI is 20%, is that still where market rates should be if we were getting a new contract? If we were starting the process from scratch, what would we charge?
Yeah, we wouldn't know that because we'll be guessing if they did that. I mean, the escalation has been there pursuant to the agreement.
Sure.
We haven't gone back to the market to reprice the value of the concession, so we would be speculating if we say that was
Right.
what they're paying is higher or lower than that. Right?
Traditionally, when you offer a contract for a term of years with a right to renew for another term of years, you contemplate that upon that renewal date, the rent increase will be the same increment, or it will be adjusted within the contract itself, not having a separate negotiation, unless it specifically states in the contract that it is to be separately negotiated. So, like, from my standpoint, I see it as they exercise the right to renew. They had the exercise, they timely did it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the question we have here is, have they violated the contract to such a degree that it would warrant termination? Otherwise, or if there are things that need to be cleaned up in the contract, which, for example, I brought to the city attorney's attention, 7E, prohibited uses, amplified music, need to have a special event permit except for ambient music approved by the city. And I don't know what ambient music approved by the city means. So I addressed that with the city attorney. I think there's ambiguities to some degree in the contract that need to be cleaned up. I think it's probably fair for us to ask both the city staff and the applicant whether or not we are enforcing the provisions of this contract, one, and two, whether they are willing to come into compliance with the conditions of the contract. And that's kind of what I would like to hear from both our staff and the applicants.
Yeah, and just for clarification, that the requirement for a conditional use on outdoor music didn't exist before 2 years ago. So anybody could have really had, so when this contract was written, there was no additional permit required to have outdoor music. So now that we have that requirement, we have to make sure that we stayed within the background music, ambient music, you want to, you call it, or we go through the proper approval if there's going to be something more than that.
I just found it to be ambiguous.
Right.
To say except for ambient music approved by the city. I found that to be a very ambiguous term that is subject to, many different interpretations.
Yeah, just on that term, I mean, I've seen it used where the phrase is ambient music, ambient background music that doesn't interfere with normal conversation. That's actually used in cities, so it's.
But that's not the way it is here.
You and I are talking, I get it, I say that.
And I need to be able to explain it to a resident who asks me, what is the governor on this music? And I say, well, it's ambient music approved by the city.
Yeah, I got it.
And I say, I don't know what that means.
Right.
So it's something that I think I have to be able to explain to a resident, and if I can't explain it, then you guys give me the words.
Yeah.
And if you can't give me the words, then we need to tighten it up.
Well, if we need to clarify it, we can. I'm sure the applicant's fine with us clarifying it, because it's really intended that if two people can stand next to each other and you can't hear each other, that's not ambient background music.
I think I understand the intent, and I appreciate that. I just think it needs the language. I don't think it's a hard thing to do.
No.
It's just.
The other, while we're just listing out the questions, and then, of course, we can hear from staff and the applicant. On page 200 in the packet, and I apologize that I didn't mention this earlier, I don't quite understand on page 200 in the packet, there's the gift shop, there's red arrows that say not included in the lease. So I was wondering if this lease, if we have a separate lease for the gift shop, or does do these red arrows point to something else? I just noticed this.
I don't think it exists.
I believe the gift shop, they're using the historical museum as a gift shop, right?
I'm just looking at what's on page 200 in the contract, page 200 in the packet, which is part of the contract, Exhibit A.
For storage.
Yeah,
But is it,
It's in there, though, yeah.
Is it part of the lease?
Because it was a gift shop. It was a
it
gift
was
shop.
a gift shop, now it's storage.
Yes.
but is it part of the lease?
It is part of the whole building. If we have to clarify that, I don't know why that had,
So look, and please don't misinterpret my questions. I think the
right.
Paradise Grill is a great draw. It brings in a lot of people. People have a wonderful time going there. I think there's some questions, we heard several questions about the performance and about the contract to clean it up, but so nobody misinterpret, we're not trying to.
I'd have to go back, Commissioner Grill, but I believe that was in there 5 years ago because we were redoing the bathrooms, and the intent at the time was to extend the bathrooms into that area, which we weren't able to do because of FEMA 50%.
So who's
rule.
using that storage now?
They are.
Okay, so it says it's not part of their lease. Is that correct? So they're not entitled to that area?
They're using it.
I know, but according to the lease, are they entitled to use that area or not?
I mean, if it's not in the agreement, no. I mean, unless there was some other agreement, but I don't know of, but it should be, if they're using it and the city's okay with them using it, then it should be codified in the amendment. I mean, that's the safest way to go. I mean, just go ahead and amend it.
And then on the amplified music,
I just think we need to have some language that further clarifies this exception for ambient music approved by the city. And then you can say, I don't even have to say it's approved by the city. The city is a party to the contract. So the city is agreeing to what? We don't have to say approved by the city, because that makes it sound like there's a separate approval process, and that the city can go out and scrutinize it from time to time, where if the city's a party to the contract, then the city can say in the contract, this is what we mean by ambient music.
No, but also, are there instances, so when there's live musicians there, are they just there randomly, or are they part of the business that's invited them to come, or?
We pay them. We have them Fridays, Saturdays.
Excuse me, come up.
Yeah, why don't you guys come on up and we'll get some of these terms settled right now. Yeah.
Good evening.
Councilman
Please
Michael
state your name.
Janusek.
If you'll please state your name for the record.
Michael Janusek, Paradise Grill. I'm the operator of the concessions for the St. Pete Beach, 6850 Beach Plaza and 900 Gulf Way in Paso Grill. And as far as the music is concerned, I mean, if we want to talk about the music first.
Sure.
We play it as low as we can. I mean, it's obviously, we tried to play it with no amplification whatsoever, but it just disappears completely. And as far as the level of the music, it's always, like you said, is conversational. People sit right in front of the musicians and they can talk, so we try to, Mike always keeps the decibels down. It's not loud music. It's usually just a single guitar player, and it's very modest in volume.
And do you have an objection in clarifying that in the contract?
Absolutely not.
Okay, all right.
So if the contract currently prohibits live music,
It does not.
This is a different issue. This is the background ambient issue.
I mean, it says amplified live or not without prior approval, right? So this is under prohibited uses.
Which clause? If the number-
7D.
Thank you.
Sorry, 7E.
It's on 171 and 172 of the packet.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So you're clear that if you're going to be having live music, you're going to have to do a separate request to the city
Of course.
on a case-by-case basis? Okay.
All right.
I mean, we
so-
do it to benefit the patrons. It's,
Right.
I mean, it's a cost to us. I mean, it's something we
So-
pay
Right.
a lot of money for.
Yeah, let me just clarify here, because there's two separate issues here. One is going to be your normal business background ambient music, which seems to contradict with E. So I think what we would have to do is just clarify that they on a normal business operation, they've got background ambient music. And then I think E on page 172 addresses more of a special event situation, right?
But I think the amplified music is there every weekend.
Okay.
So, and if it's amplified music does it now require a conditional use?
Under our code, it does.
Yeah.
Ordinances, yeah.
Yeah.
Brandon, right? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, he's shaking his head. Yes.
So
Okay.
he'll have to be coming back to that, for that.
Yeah, we just need to get the language cleared up,
Right.
Yep.
because we want to have amplified music. People like it.
Well, it's nice. I mean, people really like it.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
It's nice to have it, as long as it's low-key and it's beachy. It's fun.
Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions?
And yeah, could you address the
Storage.
issues with the health department, please?
Oh, Michael, would you come up and please? Yes. We had, this is recent. We were actually ahead of it.
If you'll please state your name for the record.
Mike DeMeo, and I run both restaurants with Mike. So recently, we have been having at Upland Beach a rodent problem, if you will. It's, kind of, if you, up on beaches in between, it's not like Paradise or Paso Grill. It's right there on the beach. There's a lot of sand dunes, palm trees. So we did, on our own, hire Hughes Pest Control to pest-proof the restaurant. We paid, and we did the other restaurant too. And so we're on a guarantee with them to pest-proof it, and they've been, we have somebody there every day. The health department will shut you down if they find one dropping. So we had a visit. They came in, they found a dropping, and we reacted within 24 hours. Got opened back up, cleared everything out with a thumbs up. And I think when we did the pest proofing, we stirred up some activity, especially in the building. And what they did is they went around anywhere you can find where they can get in the size of a quarter. So they pest proof all around. Mike and I have been doing a lot of work too, rebuilding some stuff, enclosing the back rooms, so there's sweeps, screen doors,
The bathroom doors, and get right on.
yes, everything. So it's improved. We did have a visit. They have to follow up within 60 days. So we did have a visit, and they found a few droppings. They gave us the opportunity because they saw the improvement that we made and how we're really invested into improving. The health department came back that same day, opened us back up in 3 hours. And he said, so both times that we were shut down, we reacted immediately, and we have a lot of systems in place now, and we're continuing to improve the building around there. Thank you to the city. I think they trimmed 31 palm trees too, which helped. They're just, unfortunately, we see them in the daytime too, out in the fields. So we've done a lot of, great things, and we're going to continue to move forward and invest more money into.
I think we probably, what did we spend, $6,000?
Yes, we did.
But bear in mind, we are a building in the middle of the sand dunes.
Yeah.
It's a food source for all these animals that live in the oceans, and we're an attractive nuisance to them.
Yeah.
But all of our food is now in hard containers or in refrigeration. They can't get to anything. They can't touch the food. So it's, they're still there. We try to keep them out as much as we can, but it's a fight, honestly.
We have somebody showing up, on a daily basis, checking, making sure, monitoring the progress, reporting back with us. And we also did the other restaurant. We don't have an opportunity there, but we decided to do both restaurants.
But also bear in mind, none of this had to do with food handling, food temperatures, bacteria, anything related to foodborne illness. It was all.
And with all due respect, I think you ought to read the August 3rd report, because there are food handling, and there's much more in this list than rodent problems. So, look, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but I'm trying to understand from the city's perspective, how do we get feedback and know that this is being handled and what the situation is? I mean, look, we've got a lot of restaurants, I don't know, 150 some odd restaurants in the city, more or less, who all go through food handling. We all live here, though, we live on the water, some of us have fruit trees, we know what, so it is something that's endemic with the beach, but to be closed down twice in a 3-month time frame, and was the city aware? Do we have a feedback mechanism? I mean, because I think the residents are looking to us. I mean, I know we're not in the food establishment business.
Yeah, and
but
we rely on the health department for the inspections. We don't do our own health inspections.
Right.
Because we're not qualified for that. So we rely on them to do that. And, and yeah, we know the corrective actions and the clearance that they get, after they've been shut down, that, that we're aware of.
Well, okay. I mean,
we rely on.
We had nothing in the agenda. I mean, I sent it last night. We had nothing in the agenda report. They say they're in good standing with the city, and I then went on the health inspector report, because I have nothing better to do in my evenings, and found these reports. So it's again, to Commissioner Marone's point, how do we talk to the residents and say, feel comfortable, the city's got your back, we're managing this, because I know many of us have eaten there, and they're wondering, and I'm not trying to disparage the business, I'm just trying to make sure we've got the right processes in place and right framework as we move forward, because we're asking to sign a 5-year contract here, which maybe we need to take a look at the timing with with a review, maybe in a short period of time, within a year or something. Can we talk about the alcohol sales? Because the contract talks about beer and wine, but we are selling hard alcohol. We're giving away, not giving away, selling things in cans, which...
Well, we don't actually sell hard liquor. Everything is wine-based. So it's within the parameters of wine. It's a very low percentage. What is it, 12%?
Yeah, if that, to make the pina coladas, the frozen drink, so it's not a hard liquor, it's a wine-based alcohol. So it falls underneath the beer and wine license that you need to have.
We're not outside the parameters of our license.
Okay. All right.
As far as the containers, I agree with you on that. I've been trying to get, logo cups made, but they're plastic, unfortunately. And then we have the, disposal issue, which is, recycling and that kind of thing. So we don't have recycling. I always want some recycling down there, but we don't have the room for it, actually. It's hard to keep.
Well, again, I don't know what the right answer is, but I read a contract says do ABC, or we're doing ABC. We're not doing ABC, then either we have to change the behavior or the operation, or we change the contract. So I don't know which it should be, and to be very honest, I'm not sure we're ready to go approve this tonight. Because there's too many parameters here that still need to be worked through that, I don't know, maybe, I don't know what my colleagues think, but I think there's too many, there's clauses need to work through, operational things. The storage, is the storage being paid for or not being paid for? Maybe we put a third, well, problem is the contract expires in 10 days, so we're kind of between a rock and a hard place.
As far as the storage, if I could mention that, actually the parameters of the building, it's inside the building, a normal part of the structure, which is, what is it, octagon or usually shaped building, but it's all inside the parameters of that, the perimeter of that building. We use part of it as the office, which we always have. And the other little part that used to be the gift shop, we couldn't do the gift shop anymore because we ran out of space for refrigeration. So we kind of just stopped selling gifts.
No, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just the contract that was put in front of me says it's not part of the lease. So I'm just trying to get clarity. Is it part of the lease? And are we collecting rent on it? When you lease a property, you collect rent on your property or you don't. And we seem to not be sure.
And when you use the word storage, it's actually a dry storage where we keep all our dry goods, our food. It's not like we're keeping backup paper goods or anything like that. We have a refrigerator.
Yeah, the issue isn't what you're keeping in there. It's the issue is that that area is designated as outside of the lease, that it's not part of the lease.
So I think part of this is we need some cleanup on L7. Okay, we need some cleanup on our end on the contract. We need to know if there's something that you can't comply with. Is there a term we're asking you about cups? Is that an impossibility? And we have that in the contract, and we're not going. You guys,
Not at all. We use Coca-Cola cups because they supply cups.
They're paper.
And they're paper.
And then we have to clean up the music clause in there. We have to clearly define the parameters of the rental space. I mean, I don't know if anybody here has heartburn over the description of the rental space, including that space, especially considering they're not making an independent profit off of it that we're not getting a percentage of. They're using it purely for storage so that they can service the customers. So I'm in favor of more clearly defining the space that they're renting so it's clear in the lease. Obviously, if we're ever going to litigate that lease, we would want to know what space they're occupying. So I think that's critical. I think we have to do some cleanup in this thing. I don't think it's a lot. But I also think that while we're talking about terms, are there terms that we need to enforce that we're not enforcing? And are there terms, while you guys are here, that you think can't be complied with?
No, we comply with anything we discussed here. There's nothing out of the ordinary whatsoever.
So could we possibly do like a temporary 30-day extension on the lease while we do some work on the parameters in the contract here? Because like you say, we have 10 days, and then this lease expires, correct?
Correct. We have a meeting September 11th, and City Clerk, what's the one after the 11th?
September 26th.
Yeah,
End of September?
the 11th, we have the budget, so I would suggest not do that one. It's going to be really fully with the budget.
September
Would you
30th?
guys agreeable to a 30-day extension and then come back and address some of those items?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because I think to Commissioner Marone's point, we need to sit down and,
Well, we got to make sure it's right on our end,
Yeah.
too. So, I'm moving, I'll make a motion that we extend the contract past the contract deadline for another 30 days while we consider the revisions that we discussed, including the legal description of the space that's being rented, the issue with the ambient noise and amplified music. I'm hearing that that the applicant can comply with the cup regulation or condition of the, and I say the cup, not the conditional use permit, but the cup in the term, the actual cup that you can use. There was one question about White Claw that I heard, I think, from Commissioner Grill. I know it's vodka-based.
no,
It's not a,
and it's the container. I think somewhere in here
Okay.
talks about no takeaway containers.
gotcha. So there would be no
And I
White Claw
think it's
walk
White Claw,
away.
either we want it in or want it out. I'm not sure why. It just needs to be clear. All these things
Okay.
just need to be clear so that, there's agreement between both parties. It's clear.
And I don't know what we want on that. I don't.
Would you be open to an amendment to the motion to also include a biannual review by the city staff for any kind of health and safety violations?
Well, I think that is a great idea. I think that will create a scenario where staff is being diligent in making sure we're enforcing the terms of the contract, both on our end and the applicant's end. So yes.
I think we need 40 days.
Yeah, Matthew just counted the days, and 30 days doesn't get us to the second meeting in September.
So we can just do
45
45 days. I like 45 days. Then I'll amend it to 45 days. And with also the mayor's amendment that we have at least biannual review, a compliance review by the city of the contract.
And I might add in, just look at all the Ts and Cs, both parties, to see if they're valid, besides the ones we just picked. Do they make sense anymore? Excuse me.
Go ahead. Would there be an opportunity between now and the meeting on the 26th to go over the lease with?
I think that's appropriate. I think it's
Absolutely.
encouraged.
We're going to go line by line.
Yeah.
Right.
Read it together and figure out
Right.
where we're at. And make sure that all of it's worded the way we both understand it.
Yep.
Madam Clerk, is the motion clear enough? I'm going to bullet point it, all right?
Well, I heard you.
Okay.
The only thing is, you go into such wonderful detail on what you want modified, but essentially it's all terms and conditions. So I don't really think
Yes.
it's necessary to include all of that. I think essentially what you're trying to say, what I'm hearing you say, is to extend the current contract for another 45 days for the city to discuss modifications to all terms and conditions and a biannual staff review of the agreement with the vendor in compliance with the terms.
Yes, thank you.
That's what I heard.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, do we have any audience comments?
I had no comment cards.
Okay. If you'll please do a roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes. And 45 days puts us, actually, if we needed to wait until the first commission meeting in October, I think that's about 42 days. So we have time.
Good time to get this done, but,
Yeah.
All right, good.
Thank you,
all
gentlemen.
right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you much.
Appreciate it.
We look forward to working with you.
All right, next we have action item 5C, the Paso Grill seawall rehabilitation.
Yeah, this is, we're bringing back the item that was the for at the last meeting, there were some questions that we didn't have answers to at the meeting. I think those questions have been answered in the memo and the summarized the agenda item. Unfortunately, Mike Clark had a family, not a family emergency, a house emergency, that he couldn't be here today. So, we don't have the benefit of his expertise, but I think all the technical issues have been addressed. There was an issue of 2 pages that were duplicated in the agreement, page 195 and 196. And what happened is that is what they submitted to us. So in the interest of not changing the package that had been submitted to the city, both pages were included, but they're just redundant pages. They don't really change the proposal they submitted. So we're still recommending approval for this contractor to be able to go forward and do the work that has been approved here.
I think discussion? If I remember, also the second item was on I think Commissioner Marone, you had questions on the indemnity clause.
I did.
And did that get cleared up?
Matthew.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Matthew McConnell, Assistant City Attorney. It did. I actually added Andrew and I added about 6 paragraphs to the agreement itself. We added liquidated damages under Section 5. I also added some remedies and warranties, just some additional language so that we can, confirm that what they build is good and sufficient for a year. So yeah, I believe I addressed all of Commissioner Marone's concerns.
Okay,
thank you.
And I believe one of your questions, Commissioner Grill, was the date and timing of some of the documents that were provided. And what we tried to clarify in the memo was that our design professionals are the ones who prepare the form that has the different types of quantities of items. So that is prepared as part of the package that we put out in the street. That is why the date on that form predated the bids. The vendor basically then takes that form with all those quantities and types of materials, put their unit prices, multiplies the unit prices times the quantities, and gives us the final price on it. That is why that is kind of, yeah, you're right. If you're just looking at it without the benefit of that information, it just looks like the form was prepared before the bid was submitted. But that was the logic. We are going to be changing the form. We want to basically make sure that it's clear who prepared that form and why, when they prepared that form, and then a second date to be put in by the bidder as to when they put the prices on the form.
Okay, that will help. And I did receive a question, and I know we discussed this with Mike Clark last week on we only received 1 bid, and the resident asked, are the prices commensurate per foot for redoing commensurate with the marketplace and other projects per foot of this seawall? Because it's a pretty long seawall, and we're $2-point-something million in.
Right. The original OPC that we got for the bids was $2.2 million, which is basically what we had budgeted, and those numbers were from about a year and a half, a little bit more than that, a year and a half ago. So, we feel that given the escalation of the construction prices that have occurred in the last 18 months, the numbers are within reason in terms of what we can expect to pay for this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Do we have any audience comments? Do we have a motion?
I move to approve or to authorize the expenditure of the $2,699,491 with Tampa Bay Marine, Inc. for the Paso Grill seawall rehabilitation and the 17th Avenue seawall.
Second.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was the amount?
It says 2699.491.
Oh, I believe.
I saw in the packet it was 28.
Yes.
Because they added they rounded up with
$100,000 in contingency.
Right.
That's correct.
If you look at the first paragraph on 244 of the packet,
That's correct.
you're right, that's the work, and then they added a
$100,000.
100,509,
Contingency for the project.
get to a round number of 2.8.
So which number do
So
we use?
is it 2.8 even?
2.8 even, yeah, correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and amend the motion. I'm going to move to authorize the expenditure of $2.8 million with Tampa Bay Marine, Inc. for Paso Grill seawall rehabilitation and the 17th Avenue seawall.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have action item 5D, Cabana Services Agreement with Sand Dunes Beach Services LLC.
Well, around the same time we did the concessions, we also did the Cabana service agreement. We entered in an agreement, we put that out to bid, we entered into an agreement with the Sand Dunes Beach Services, where they were operating out of Paso Grill and Upham. They also have asked for the 5-year extension to the agreement, and we did put, as Matthew and I went back and forth on this, because we were working on the beach ordinance, we wanted to reflect what we're doing with the changes on that. So the verbiage that is in there is providing us flexibility to be able to change the number of chairs. The operator of Sand Dunes, Ted McNamara, talked with him. He has already exercised many of the things we've talked about in the beach ordinance. He got new, he calls them sets, they're not cabanas. He's got the chairs with the umbrellas that are removable. He has tested out, he did on July 4th, one of the busiest days on the beach, where he tested the theory of putting out the chairs and not putting them all out. So he did it by row instead of one by one, so he would have space. But he did that on one of the busiest years, and he put out a row. Once it was filled, he put out a second row. Once that was filled, he put out. So he has tested what we've been talking about. Where we end up on that, he's prepared for that. So that's the discussion I've had with him, but he's ready to cooperate in whatever it is that we want. And in the way the language written here, it gives us the flexibility to be able to change that. And this one also, 5 years ago, we didn't have access to the county beach, and this is where we added that amendment with you all a few months ago that is included in this as well.
And the vendor's here, in case you have any questions. Right? No?
Oh, yes, sorry. Didn't see you, I was getting a little nervous.
Good timing.
Good timing.
All right, any questions or discussion?
I think there's a couple of Scrivener's errors on page 311 of the amendment. I think the amendment was, this amendment's executed 9/21/23, not August 14th, 2018. And then in the...
I think that's the expiration date of the existing agreement.
Right?
You want to talk on that?
Yes, you're correct. It's not executed August 14th, or else we would be trying to amend an agreement that's terminated. It's September 21st, 2018. So if there was going to be a motion to approve, I was going to kindly ask that you allow me to make that change before execution.
And then, don't go away. I just actually noticed now in the compensation 2D, we say that if the city modifies the locations pursuant to section 1 above, is it the location or the number that we would be modifying?
Well, the location will control the number. Because remember that the direction that we're going with the beach ordinance is that there's going to be some sort of a setback and requirement for spacing of the chairs and umbrellas. So as we, change the location, then it will be the ability to have less, because they have to maintain certain spacing for it.
And I'm perfectly fine with that. If that's appropriate contract language that we all understand, both parties understand, great. My simple mind said location. I think it's here, there, or there.
I think we can add both location and...
That was the intent. That was the intent. And then if we do shrink the area that they can put chairs and umbrellas, then we just found it fair that we would renegotiate the pricing at that point.
Is the amount in, for the County Beach Access Park, is that what they were paying before with the county, or how did we arrive
Yes.
at that number?
Yeah, they were paying the same amount, so they are paying us the same amount, which is the same amount they were paying for our 2 locations. They were paying for that one.
Sure.
We just put it all together.
Okay. So how did the test go over?
He said it worked, and you could probably speak to it.
Sorry.
Did you hear me talk about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Test?
About putting so many out at one time, filled up. So and doing that on July 4th, that shows that I think we can get there.
So are they removing the sets at night?
Yes, they're stacking them.
Do me a favor, if you, come on, yes, please.
If you please.
Right, yeah.
Just state your name for the record.
Yes, hello. Yeah, my name's Greg Taylor. I am one of the partners of Sand Dunes Beach Service, and I also am the owner of Taylor Beach Service, which we've been on Treasure Island since 1955, family business. So, what was the question?
The question was, so your current operations, if I understand it, is that you are removing all the chairs, cabanas, sets, whatever it is you want to call them, every evening?
Yeah, on Paso Grill and on the County Access Park, we're just doing on those 2 beaches the umbrellas and chairs right now. And at the end of the day, we pull those back into the rear area of the beach. We lock up the umbrellas, and we have a storage boxes. And then the chairs, we stack those up, and we lock those up with cable and locks, industrial cable and locks. On Upham Beach, we still have cabanas there. So we haven't really done the new rules at that particular spot yet. So we still have the cabanas there, but we do pull the extra chairs back and lock them up there as well.
Okay.
Are you planning to do the same thing at Upham Beach as you have at the other 2?
Yeah,
Is the plan-
at Paso Grill and the County Access Park, we're just doing the umbrellas and chairs there, and we pull those back at night and secure those. At Upham Beach, we still have the cabanas.
But are you going to convert over to just the chairs and umbrellas?
Whenever you give the word.
Okay.
Okay. And is there any permanent stakes or fixtures to attach at any 3 locations to attach the chairs?
You mean like the, just, well, the
Rebar stakes or?
Well, the cabanas are staked in, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the chairs, they're basically just loose, but when they're stacked and locked up with the cable and locks, they're very secure that way, so.
Okay.
But the cabanas are staked into the ground with the rebar. The umbrellas, they're just set for the day, and then they're pulled back at night.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, and I just will ask the commission to make a mental note, because the ability to pull them back or not really depends on what kind of equipment you put up there. That's really the magic, there is that if you have the heavy wood cabanas and everything else with the back, yes, it is very, very difficult to bring them back. But the way that he's doing it, there's a lot more flexibility and it can be done. So, the question is, when you're looking at the beach ordinance, is to what extent are you going to allow the old style, wood structures to be there?
Yeah, we actually don't use the wooden lounges and the cabinets. We have a full-size cabana that we rent with the chairs. The chairs are independent. They're not like a wooden with the pads like some of the other beaches use. But the cabanas, they are more as far as setting them and staking them and unstaking. And they're more of a wintertime item anyway. So we went, with just the model of doing the umbrellas and chairs, plus with the limited area of the beach, because you have such a small, Paso Grill is very, very tight. And the cabanas there were just, it was just too much. So when you have just the umbrellas, it's a lot easier to put them out and pull them back at night. What we need is some more sand down there. We need a renourishment.
Stay tuned, we're going to talk about that one.
We're working on it.
You know, the county access park, we got more, you know, it's a little easier there, you know, to work, but we went to just the umbrella model there as well, to where we just do the umbrellas. But like I said, at Upham, we still do the cabana and chair rentals there. So,
thank you.
Yeah. But we appreciate that they're being so proactive and actually, even ahead of the ordinances, already putting things in place, making sure that they're compliant with the contract and with the ordinances, so we certainly appreciate that. Do we have any audience comments?
I received no cards.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the updated agreement for cabana services at Paso Grill and Upham Beach with Sand Dunes Beach Services LLC. However, did we not also just add in the county park? So I think I have to modify what I just said. I read what was on the paper, but
It's for all three spots, right? Yep.
okay, so I will modify my motion to approve the updated agreement for cabana services at Paso Grill, Upham Beach, and the county park with Sand Dunes Beach Services LLC, including the changes as discussed to the amendment on page 311 of our packet.
Second the motion.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla,
Yes.
motion carries.
So I would, Mr. Mayor, ask that if we could have contracts like this well before when they renew, and I say like maybe 60 days before they renew.
90 days.
Because they're detailed, they're complex, and especially when they're long-term contracts, like a 5-year contract with a renewal for 5, a lot of things change in 5 years. We recognize housekeeping issues. We don't want to hold the applicant's feet to the fire where we have a very short period of time, everybody's racing to try and fix it and making accommodations and extensions. I think 60 days before the expiration of the contract would be reasonable, if it sounds reasonable to the city.
Yeah, it does. We can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we have action item 5E, Four Seasons Mowing and More LLC amendment.
So what's before you is we went out for bid to do our mowing and landscaping in districts 3 and 4. That went out to bid in 2021. Four Seasons was selected to do that. We are exercising a renewal of that agreement, which is there before you for the next year.
And I think you also asking for future renewals to be at the manager's discretion, right?
So, yeah, we need to talk about that, because I can't put the timeline together from '21 forward to today for when these
Right.
came to the commission for approval. And then, as of today, there's no value. So what are we approving, and for how many years? It's not clear, it's not stated anywhere in this document.
It expires. What the original agreement was a 1-year with 3-year renewals, correct, Matthew? That takes us to 2025. 4, right.
So 21 for 1 year with 2 renewals?
With 3.
2
So
1
5-year
3 1 years.
total, right?
Well, that would take us to 26.
It's a 4-year agreement.
4 years.
Right, so executed in 2021, effective year of 1 year for the first term to 2022, the option to renew for 3 additional 1-year terms through October of 2025.
So what are we being requested what year? Because this is 23. So what are we
Correct.
being asked to renew?
The amendment is to renew it to 2024.
So 23 to 24.
Correct. And I believe the motion, as
I
Alex
think
pointed
the
out,
contract is about $120,000 a year, right? Right.
So, okay, so it's 120K a year. So in 21, we approved 1 year.
you approved the award of the agreement for 1 year with 3 one-year renewals.
And did those come back to the commission in 20?
21 did. I can't speak on 22.
We haven't found anything that shows that it came in 22. So we're behind on the approval.
So 22 to 23 didn't come to the commission. Now we're looking for 23 to 24, 1 year.
Correct. But to Alex, what Alex was saying was if you authorize the city manager to execute any future renewals, this would not come before you again, and he would exercise the renewal next year to 2025, which has to be by motion by the commission in accordance with the purchase code.
So what's
That's a
different?
request, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what's different about this contract from the previous two that we just discussed that makes this one special, that it would not require to come before the commission for renewal?
No, it's just the motion. If you make a motion that allows the city manager to exercise the renewals at the time that you approve this, then the purchase code allows him to exercise those renewals.
Yeah.
If your motion today is just to 2024, then this will come back before you next year.
And my question is, what makes this one different from the other two that we just heard?
Because the other ones were 5-year agreements. This is like multiple year agreements, 1 year at a time. It wasn't issued as a 5-year agreement, which could have been, but it was not.
Well, there's a 5-year requirement in the code as well for leasing city property. So I don't see how, although if it would have been a 2-year agreement with 1 2-year renewal, at the time of the approval, had you made the motion to allow the city manager to exercise that renewal, then it would not have come before you.
Okay. And we don't have a copy of the renewal in 22?
There's no record of a renewal in 22.
We don't have a copy of the renewal, or it didn't come in front of the commission?
There's no record of it coming to the commission, and there's no renewal.
City clerk, there was nothing in the minutes or?
No, I did research on this actually yesterday, and no on both accounts. Nothing in the minutes and nothing in my database.
But is it correct to say that the supplier honored the terms of the contract, did their work, and accepted the rates that were in place from the previous year?
Purchase order was issued for the current term that we're in, and
Okay. Okay. So I would say that, I think given the circumstances of this and other things, I would be comfortable do a 1-year contract and have it come back next year.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
I have one question just for record-keeping purposes. What is the term of this? Because it was October to October, it was October 12th, but we're in August. So are we now going to revert to an August renewal, so then it would come back in August of 24? Or are we keeping that October term from the 2021 because we had nothing in 2022?
To Commissioner's point, this is actually, we're ahead of the game. All right, so you would authorize this, it wouldn't be effective until October,
Thank you.
because that's when the initial term started.
Okay.
But if we don't have a contract and it didn't come to the commission, should we not amend the effective date so that we're covered by a contract?
We have a contract, it's
We
just
do.
not written.
Yes,
I
but
mean, and
would
you
it?
can speak on this, both parties, I mean, there was
No, that's why
consideration.
I asked the question,
Yeah.
so, right?
Yeah, it's not ideal. I'll be honest with you, it's not ideal. But when the two parties are still exercising under the terms of the original agreement, and they seem, yeah, it's not ideal. I'll be honest with you.
So
And
is there any harm in changing the effective date to tomorrow?
I don't,
no.
in my
Do we need to
opinion, there's no need to.
retroactively go back and have a separate motion to approve 22 to 23 and then 23 to 24?
I don't think you don't need to retroactively.
No. Okay.
I mean, the those terms are already.
So here's my question to the city attorney.
We should approve it through 24, if I know.
Here's my-
Because we don't want to be here in 2 months, right?
Here's my question to the city attorney. If we approve it with the renewal date on the original renewal date, which would be October, that means we are continuing to operate in good faith with a vendor under a oral contract, which terms and conditions of the previous written contract would possibly not be enforceable over the 2 months if something were to occur that gave rise to liability by one party or another. And I'm not saying what kind of liability, because there's all kinds of liabilities we can think about. Would we be at a disadvantage in enforcing non-written terms that we're relied on based on written terms that, on an expired contract?
Well, Professor Marone, I would prefer to be covered by a contract at all times. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know. I can't speak to why this happened. I'm not going to try, but I would prefer to be covered by a contract in the event that, I mean, obviously we have sovereign liability or immunity, so
Limited, yes.
Limited.
Agreed.
But
So I would prefer that the very first day after today, where we could have a written contract with this vendor, that would be the day that we enter, that is the start date.
yeah.
Right, that's,
Yes,
back to
I
what
agree.
asked.
Yes.
It's not bad, but it's like chicken soup, it can't hurt.
No, I would prefer to have, like, the first question you would have is like, what does the answer to him, if I were in law school, be like, what does the contract say? That's the first thing you say. But yeah, if we could get that covered starting tomorrow, right? So,
If we can.
What is the amount? I'm still not clear on what the amount is.
It's about 120,000 a year.
About, but,
It's 119 and change, right?
okay.
So I guess what we're saying is August 23rd, 23 to August 23rd, 24. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
yes.
May I ask a different question and just trying to understand why we have separate vendors for different parts of the city?
That's how we've been operating for many years. I know I got a question about if we contracted out all 4 districts, what that additional cost would be. So if we would include districts 1 and 2, it would be an additional $81,000 a year.
So 1 and 2, we're doing my understanding, because city manager and I discussed that yesterday, we're doing ourselves.
Correct.
In-house.
Correct.
Okay.
And so it's less expensive to do it, well, I don't know.
Smaller districts, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have as many parks.
You don't have as many parking. Sorry, guys.
Well, those
He's got it.
Washingtonia down Paso Grill Way require a lot of equipment.
But that's
That's a separate contract.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, tree trimming is a separate contract.
Correct.
But you're right, the Washingtonia,
Yes.
it cost us a lot of money to take care of.
If I may. So I think it covers your question if the amendment is just signed tomorrow. I don't think we need to move the effective dates, respectfully.
If it's signed tomorrow?
Correct.
Okay.
Because then it commits them, right? It's a signed agreement at that point, effective through October 24.
I agree.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, then you'll change the wording on page 391, because the amendment is executed as of October 12th.
Nothing in the amendment will change. It will be signed tomorrow by the vendor and the
Peace.
city.
Peace. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And the information that Jennifer just gave you about the pricing for the other 2 districts, just put that in the drawer for now, because we do need to do an analysis as to whether there is a cost benefit to, give them the work and change the composition of our employees and everything else. And where will we reposition those employees? Because I don't want to put us in the position that we're having to lay off people because we're doing this. So it's good information to have, but I wouldn't be suggesting any kind of action on that today.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm here for the next item.
We need a motion on this one
Yeah,
first.
I know. I just
So,
figured I'd stay standing.
Commissioner Grill, would you like to amend your?
Yeah, let me go back, sorry. I switched ahead. What page was that on? One moment. So I make a motion to approve the amendment to landscape maintenance for Districts 3 and 4 agreement with Four Seasons Mowing and More LLC.
Do we have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Gross?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have action item 5F, the playground.
Thought you moved.
No.
Thought you moved the temporary easement to 5G.
I have 5.
I have the playground at
The easement
4F.
is after that.
No. So we're on the playground?
Yes.
Yes, on the playground, right.
Just camping out. Yeah, we, back in February, approved for the purchase and installation to replace the playground at Haran Park with Project Innovations. At the time, that agreement has an expiration date of August 31st. They have torn out the playground. They're in the process of getting it installed with waiting to get the playground equipment and schedule it around summer camp. We started right after the Monday after summer camp was over, so we are looking to do an extension with this so we can finish up the project and not be out of the contract.
And I know Commissioner Gray, you probably read the agreement, and the term of this agreement is one of the worst written language I've seen in my entire life, because it says that it's a 6-month contract, but the dates are not 6 months. The dates are 8 months. But it does provide for us to be able to extend the agreement, and we're kind of committed to this project, and we just need to give them more time to complete it.
Well, I did ask for a copy of the contract as well as a copy of the piggyback, which I never got.
Oh.
I believe he sent that.
Nope. Mr. Taylor said that he didn't have a copy of that, and the piggyback agreement he got, they sent, was not signed. So I didn't get any information. I'm trying to understand. I mean, the contract's not here. I mean, this is another example of what we talked about in the last meeting, and to Commissioner Marone's point, asking for these complex contracts in advance. We had 500 pages to read in 4 days. So be it. That's why we're all signed up to sit up here. But this comes out late, I think it came out last night or this morning. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable making a decision on half information. So the original contract, did it have delivery dates? Or do we have
Per diem and
clauses?
He had a contract expiration date. I don't believe that he had any kind of liquidated damages on it.
But what was the committed installation date?
It said that the contract will expire August 31st, was it?
Right.
August 31st, yeah.
But was that their committed installation date? That's why I wanted the contract, because if I had the contract, I'd even be asking these questions.
It just says contract term. I don't know that it says any liquidated damages related to meeting that date or not.
Because again, we're in a rock and a hard place. We have the contract expires in 10 days. If we don't approve it today, we'll have an expired contract. If we do approve it, we're approving it. I feel I'm approving it without full information, to be very honest.
Right, and this is just, the previous procurement manager was handling this particular one a few days before she left. The last email myself and the Parks supervisor got was that she was forwarding it both to Amber and on to get everything signed. We never got a copy of anything signed. So, and once Mandy realized that we were coming up to the end of this is when it opened up a whole lot of questions and just how it the procurement part process took.
The good news is that the contract's not expired.
That's the good news.
Did we ask the supplier for, I mean, sometimes you got to eat crow and ask the supplier, do you have a copy of the contract?
He did. He sent to us, so we asked for that, and he sent us with his signature that was sent to the procurement manager at the time.
So
He was then going to further execute the contract, send a copy to Amber. I don't think you ever received one. I don't think it went anywhere from that
So
point.
when did we execute our copy of the contract?
About a week ago?
17th, I believe. City manager's signature was
Yeah,
dated the 17th.
about a week ago.
Correct.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah, 17th.
And he signed it
I received
February
it
13th.
today.
Yeah.
Right, because we did this, yeah.
February 13th, he signed it, sent it back. And that's where it died. There-
Have we paid money?
That's
for
where
this?
we're at.
Have we paid anything for this?
We have the purchase order, we have not paid for them.
Right.
If I may, just for legal purposes, this was a piggyback contract, so we can't change any of the terms from the Manatee County. So if it makes you feel better, Vice Mayor, if you can make a motion pending my review of the solicitation that we just got from John, but it's not like we could add our own terms of liquidated damages. We're defaulting to the agreement that we piggybacked off of.
Which we don't have a copy of,
Not signed.
the piggyback.
Correct. John Taylor emailed it to me today. It's unsigned, but I have a copy.
So, and I don't want to make, this isn't personal, but we've changed our procurement personnel 4 months ago. And we've talked about fixing our procurement process. My concern, and this is just a data point, is what else is out there that we don't have copies of?
Well, in his defense, I will tell you, he has made more progress in the last 4 months.
Again, I'm not trying to make it personal.
No, I know. But he's been getting copies of every contract that the city has engaged in since 2020, documenting what we have, what we don't have, documenting termination dates on contracts. For the first time,
Right.
we have a list of contracts and expiration dates to
Yeah.
point that we should be doing that every 60 to 90 days before. Absolutely. But he's done a lot to come closer to this. And it's kind of, we're at least bringing this to you before it expires.
Oh,
I think, and you got
better than we used to be, yes.
Yeah, you got to modify the expectations, and yes, and we should be bringing this to you months before it expires. I agree with you 100%. But that's the work that he's been doing, and he's been finding things and cleaning them up and everything else. But part of that cleaning up, it requires that we're going to find some things that need to get, flushed
And
out.
I think this particular incident, it wasn't in anybody's files to even pull and give us an expiration date. It was a park supervisor who was able to identify that and let us know, and then that's when we started peeling the layers and finding out all different kinds of things with this, and we had nothing on our files to go by.
So how did this come before the commission for a vote the last time?
It was a piggyback agreement that came to the commission in February.
We didn't have copies of the piggyback agreement. We didn't have copy of our contract with the vendor.
We had the piggyback agreement, I don't believe.
We had the piggyback, and I remember we had a brochure, because I think Manatee's buying from a Canadian company, if I remember, because it was partly in French, if I remember right. They're manufactured in
Jabet.
Canada, I believe.
Jabet, yeah.
That's what I remember. So we did see, for sure.
And you're asking for a 30-day extension?
An extension to the end of the year.
So what's causing the delay of 4 or 5 months?
I think we'll get it done. Well, we've told them we need to have it done by October. And you have weather that we have to be concerned about. So we just wanted to play it safe, make it to the end of the year.
The reason I wanted to see the original contract, just to be open, is did we have a committed completion date?
Yep.
On the supplier, right? Because at the end of the day, we want the playground done so the kids can play.
Yep.
Because it was nice equipment we bought.
Well, and we're halfway there. I mean, they've gutted it out, and now it's for the install.
No more questions from me.
Any other comments? Any audience comments?
I have no cards, Mayor.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
Where is the motion?
456. No, I'm sorry.
This is the walk-on, right?
Yeah, it's the walk-on.
It's not in your packet.
Sorry.
This was walked on.
Came
It's in the email.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a... Here.
So the action request proposed by Mrs. Mann was authorize the city manager to execute the attached amendment to the agreement with Project Innovations, Inc.
So moved.
I'll second the motion.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Reluctantly, yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next we have action item 5G from 4F, the temporary easement agreement for 7885 Boca Ciega Drive. I'm trying to understand, it looks like we paved a mini park at the end of our road. Is that,
No, we didn't pave it. The
You
other
put
way
shells?
around. We basically removed some asphalt and put sod, put a fence, and put some landscaping.
okay. And my understanding is that the house to the south of that, what they're asking for access, it says access on the west side, which is on Boca Ciega Drive. And based on,
Is an east-west access along the south side of our property that will basically take them to the driveway that they have built on the north side of the property where they park their car.
I understand they have a driveway on the west side already,
Correct.
right? And I'm saying the language says this is access on the west side, but the access is on the west side for the north side of the building.
So when you say,
Our property.
when you say language, are you talking about the agenda memo or the language in the easement itself?
The language in one of the 500 pages.
Which page is it?
What page?
Let me. Okay. On page 146, summary of issues.
Got it.
An easement access area point to this unit on the west side of his property. Right? So it should say on the north side of his property, not on the west side of his property.
Yeah, Jennifer was going to try to get an aerial. I don't know if you have it there. So,
Yeah, so, and so then the next question is, what, what happened to that area? Did we fence it off?
Correct.
And we
Yes.
cut off his access to his parking?
So essentially, the property owner was parking in the Shell parking lot, right? Because it's a
Yeah.
multi-unit complex where there's a unit, forgive me if it's not the west side, but closest to the water.
East side.
that's the east side.
East side, okay, east side. And the property owner had a tenant that was using that Shell parking lot to access that back unit.
Mhm.
And what the city did was put curbs, take out the shell, fully sod it, put up a fence.
Mhm.
So now there's no cars that are allowed to be parked in that area.
Okay.
So what this easement would do is allow him, we're not removing a fence, we're not doing anything like that. It's within that space between his house and the south side of the fence to access that eastern unit.
So how's he getting, I'm trying to understand where the fence is, where his, okay, so how is he getting cars?
In between the fence, the south side of the fence, and his house. So he goes straight in, east-west.
Okay. So he needs an easement because, why does he need it?
It's our property.
Correct.
So we put the fence 3-4 feet north of our property line?
Maybe
Closer to probably 11 or 12 feet.
Okay.
And we did that so that he could maintain his
So
access.
if, in all reality, this is what occurred. This is a street end, okay?
Yes.
This was previously platted, so these were corner lots on this end and the north end. The city never repurposed or rededicated this street end for a public park.
Okay.
So the moment we shut it off, we prevented access from the north property and the south property to the back units that they occurred, right? So this was something that I've been working with the attorney for the property owner on to come to some form of an agreement on how he could continue to access that property. If you look in the easement itself, there are a lot of triggers in which this will go away, right? So it's temporary.
This is a temporary easement.
Yeah.
But if he
Just
sells
trying to
it,
understand how we got here and
no,
and
if
what
he
exactly.
sells it,
complicated.
it goes away, right? If the city repurposes it, it goes away. If he violates the short-term rental ordinance, it goes away, right? So there are a lot of trigger points here. But that's essentially how we ended up with a temporary general easement agreement.
And the north side of the property, he doesn't have any problems with what we did. Actually, he was one of the people that pushed for the
park.
For the park, right? For the greenery.
But thinking big picture, talking about street ends like we did at HPB earlier, there are a lot of street ends that people have taken over that maybe we could start doing something like this for, because what this also does is limit the city's liability if someone were to trip and fall on the easement area.
Well, it's also created a pocket park.
Correct.
Right?
And if we could go back a year, this was a shell parking lot.
Yep.
We had people parking in there, you know, when they shouldn't have been. It was a real problem for the properties to the north and to the south. So by taking away that parking lot and making this a park, we've alleviated that problem. But again, the fellow to the south here now, it's just messed with his access a little bit. And again, this is a temporary easement. It'll be attached to the property. So if he goes to sell this property, then again, it goes away.
Correct. It's non-transferable.
And the property owner would have to come into compliance with any other setbacks or any other issues that are out there.
Okay.
And again, it's a very small piece here. It's kind of.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, this.
I was just trying to understand what the thing in the language said west, but
Yeah.
it's on the north side of the building, and so.
Okay.
Excuse me for my directional challenge.
GPS.
But I think the most important part is the exhibit in the easement agreement, because the easement will be recorded
Right.
legally.
And this
at
looks a
least.
lot better than it
And
did before.
Commissioner Gross, mentioned many different opportunities on his district and actually on District 4 as well. There are a lot of opportunities to create green areas and spaces. So, no.
Yeah, this one's nice because the benches are on the water. You can sit
Oh, yeah.
shaded. It's a mature property.
Get down there early for a seat for the boat parade.
Yeah, that's
Prime spot.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other discussion? Any audience comments? Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved. Or I authorize the city manager to execute the temporary general easement agreement for property located at 7885 Boca Ciega Drive, St. Pete Beach, Florida, 33706.
Second.
City clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla,
Yes.
motion carries.
Next, we have item 6A, ordinances. First reading of ordinance 2023-08.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, providing for the allocation of additional temporary lodging units under the provisions of the Upham Beach Village District Temporary Lodging Unit Density Pool as established in the City of St. Pete Beach Comprehensive Plan and implemented through the city's Land Development Code to the property located at 601 71st Avenue, providing for codification, conflict, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, before we get started, this is a quasi-judicial matter, so one of the things that you all have to do is disclose any ex-parte communication, and then the clerk will have to swear in any witnesses that are going to testify, including staff.
And I would just like to state for the record that I was the listing agent on this property when the guy that owns it now purchased the property. So I have a little bit of knowledge about the interior of the property. I have not had any discussions with him since the closing date, which was in November of 2022.
I know the applicant for probably over 40 years. I didn't know he owned this property, had no idea until I got the packet. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this proceeding.
I've had discussions with a couple of residents, but unrelated, have no relation to the applicant or the property.
I had a couple discussions with residents unrelated to the property.
Okay.
Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information or factual representation that you're about to give or present tonight to the City Commission is truthful? Yes. Thank you.
Ryan, can you put up the PowerPoint? Thank you. So we're here to talk about 601 71st Avenue through ordinance number 2023-08. I'm going to summarize where we're at today and then introduce the applicant. So just to give you a site description of the property, it's roughly 10,750 square feet, approximately 0.25 acres. The property is located in Upham Beach Village, the UBV on the future land map. Currently contains an 8-unit model built in 1956. Property had been formally branded as the Crystal Sands Motel until at least 2000, and then prior to November of 22, it was operating as a short-term housing. The property currently is under renovation to be reopened as a temporary lodging facility. This property has gone through the Board of Adjustments. It went on June 28th of this year. One of the variances was in regards to parking, and these were the conditions that the board provided for them to follow. The first one is the waiver of the 3 required on-premise parking spaces shall expire should the complementary temporary lodging unit density pool case number 23040 be denied by the City Commission, or should the case not be heard within 1 year of the date of the development order, whichever occurs first. The second condition was if the building is expanded beyond the active permit scope, it shall require the applicant to reobtain the variance to meet the parking requirements. So if it was to go outside the square footage. And then no signage that implies that the right-of-way public parking spaces of the parcel are marked for private spaces for their guests. So those were the conditions put on the variance that they were given for parking. The applicant is requesting 3 of the 175 units available in the Upham Beach Village District Temporary Lodging Unit density pool. The request does not add additional square footage to the building. The UBV District Temporary Lodge Unit density pool is the sole density pool of the 5 in existence in the city that is not subject to a conditional use permit for existing developments, whereas other density pool allocations are decided on a case-by-case basis through a CUP criteria. The UBV density pools are allocated on a first-come, first-served basis through an ordinance, which is why we're here today. And just to give you an idea of the temporary lodging density pool information, there you can see it would be pulled from the Upham Beach Village, which has 175 total units available in that pool. They are requesting 3, which then the remaining units would be 172. Here it just shows site plan improvement for proposed improvements. So they're going to be adding 3 parallel parking spaces at their cost. You could see that right along 71st Avenue.
No, can you point those out?
We don't have a laser pointer.
The top, bottom, left, right.
Bottom part of the map. At the very bottom, 1 handicap, 1 with a 3 in the middle, and
So, is that not the right of, is that not the right of way?
There currently is asphalt, and I'll show you a picture of that, what it looks like.
Okay, because I couldn't not follow.
And this is what it looks like here today.
But last slide, so didn't earlier you say, though, that they would not be increasing, they wouldn't be touching any of the parking in the right-of-way?
Maybe we can finish the presentation and then go through the questions.
I believe,
Sorry, I thought it was done.
Is it done, or is that the end of the press? So I'm just
yes, it
just
is.
trying to get to the presentation that we can.
Yes, it is right away. So we would be adding parking to what you're looking at now, where it would be striped.
But go back to the last slide, Jennifer. Right. You are also providing some green area in the front.
Landscaping.
Yeah, in the corner and in the west side of the property, in the front.
Is that the end of the presentation, or is there more?
That's the end of my presentation. I'm going to introduce Dave Wansock, the property owner, who can answer questions specific to the property and what it is that he's looking to do.
Do we have any questions for Jennifer before she departs?
So, just for the public, because we didn't really talk about, why do they need the additional 3 out of the density pool?
They're looking to not add space to it, but put in some doors and to use the space they have to make more units.
Smaller units.
So they'll have like connecting room doors, sometimes they'll be open, sometimes they'll be closed.
No, they got to be closed doors. So they're adding closed doors to make a space that is larger into, let's say it's a suite space, they're making it into 2 units. That's why they're trying to pull from the density pool to add 3 units.
But I think that question might be better answered by the applicant, because I imagine the reason they have doors is because sometimes they will do one, sometimes they will do another, depending on what the market is calling for.
Right.
So I think that's a better question for the
Okay.
applicant.
Because this is the Zamora discussion.
Right, yeah.
So, and the reason they need the 3 is for the doors, so therefore the Board of Adjustment gave them the 3 additional parking spaces.
A variance to 3 parking.
Variance for the
With
3.
those 3 conditions.
So does the space shown here on both, on the 2 roads and the 2 sides of the property contain, will it contain all of the parking required at maximum occupancy?
It'll be street parking,
They have no parking.
right? But
So
they would,
currently, where do they park?
the parking variances based on those 3 conditions was where it went with Board of Adjustments.
Right, but the reality is, the parking's going to be, if the lanes are going to be striped on the right-of-way.
It is not to them, it's not for them particularly.
Okay, but de facto it would be for them. So would that area be able to contain all of the cars at maximum occupancy? Or are we going to send the cars into the neighborhood?
What is the parking requirement for the entire site, Brandon?
If this were to be approved, there would be 10 parking spaces required based on the number of spaces in the right-of-way. None of these are the owner's parking, private parking spaces. They would have 13, so they would meet the minimum requirement for the ones adjacent to their property. But again, none of those are private parking spaces exclusive to the applicant's property.
But that's very consistent with the way that most of that area.
That area is, right. And the ADA parking space, you said there'd be one disabled?
Yes, in this.
That becomes public, or that's for that property?
It would serve the property. It would be one that's compliant with the ADA code for that property, but it wouldn't necessarily be reserved for that property.
And it could be used by anybody.
Correct.
So any of these spaces can be used by anybody.
So how does that property meet the requirement to provide ADA parking? When, if it's used by the public, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, it's used by the public, but someone comes to stay at that location and they don't have an ADA parking spot?
Good question.
I don't know the answer to that question. I know it's the norm in that district, that all of the parking is right-of-way parking. But I don't know how ADA really deals with that. We have the same situation in Paso Grill, where a lot of the small, hotels, motels don't have their own parking areas. They all depend on city parking. And we do try to put handicap spaces close to their locations, but I will have to check with the building official in terms of how he views public parking spaces that are handicapped.
Because
the compliance, right?
To me, the difference here, the Paso Grill is built out. This is new build. And I think new build, and I'm not an ADA expert, but new build requires dedicated ADA parking.
This did move forward as a building permit, so this was reviewed by the building official as well, but we will get back to you on that. We'll speak with them.
Okay, thank you.
What's to stop the applicant from using one of his other spots for ADA parking?
He doesn't.
All these spots are in the public right of way.
There's zero other spots. There's zero spots.
They have no parking currently.
Zero.
So it's walkable to the beach, so on a busy weekend and there's spots there, it's first come, first serve.
Yeah, but I need to talk to the building official because there are multiple different buildings in that district being renovated and changed. So we need to figure out exactly how he is interpreting and providing for handicapped spaces when the norm there is that everybody parks on the public right of way. Yeah. So
does this become, if we approve this, does this become our ADA liability? Right? It doesn't.
No, I think you have to. This is a Florida building code issue.
Right.
So if they're allowed to share, I'm not going to opine to what the building official said on this, but if we're not. No, the answer is we're not taking any liability on this. But if the Florida building code says that you've got to have a handicap spot on site, dedicated to the use, then I don't know. I don't know what the Florida building code says.
The 3 additional units or not doesn't change the fact that if he needs to have one, he needs to have one, and we need to figure it out.
Right, so that's one question. The other one, and the reason I was asking the other questions is we want to, I think our objective overall is any new development, transient lodging, all parking stays, quote, on site. Now here it's different because there is none of those buildings in the area have on site.
Right.
So how do we just make sure it's accommodated and we don't create a problem out into the neighborhoods? Anyway.
What is the building currently zoned as?
Upland Beach Village is the zoning district.
I know, but the lot, is it zoned residential, commercial, hotel, multifamily?
It's recognized as temporary lodging.
Hotel, motel.
Hotel, motel.
Okay.
This is what we look at with the Keystone, Havana Inn, Sable Palms.
Sure.
All of these folks who they don't have enough spots for their.
So what's the applicant's hardship?
I don't know that they expressed a hardship for this, but they can speak to that.
We have, the variance says that there's a hardship, right? They're adding 3 units.
Sorry, for the parking, I'm sorry. If I remember correctly, the hardship had to do with just the existing lot layout.
But it seems to be a hardship of their making, right? They're asking for more units where they already don't have parking. They want 3 more units that also don't have parking. They're creating their own hardship.
But that's, with all due respect, an interpretation that the board already made by granting that hardship.
And yet it's here before us.
No,
but to approve the 3 units. And if we do not approve the 3 units, then that goes away.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not approving the variance, you're not
No,
approving
I'm trying to understand what the hardship is in order to consider whether we approve 3 units additional for a property that doesn't have any parking at all now in a neighborhood that already has very limited parking for what's there already, and by adding another 3 units, we're adding another 3 cars per day for a place that doesn't have any parking in a neighborhood that doesn't have any parking.
Yeah.
We have the applicant.
Well, the applicant, we can get the applicant to speak, please.
Address it a little bit, if it's okay.
Yes, please.
Please state your name.
Good evening, Board. My name is Dave Wanzik, and I am the owner of 601 71st Ave. Kind of listening to what some of the questions you had back there. The hardship that you were looking at had nothing to do with the parking arrangement. It had to do with some of the renovations that I was acquiring variances for. For instance, I did a renovation on the AC systems in the back of the property. There were wall units. So I switched out the wall units and put in new mini splits. So that was in the setback area. So I had to provide considered a hardship in order to get that. It wasn't for the parking spaces. That wasn't what the hardship was for. There was a couple other hardship cases that they did approve, but it wasn't the parking spaces. The reason I came up with the 3 spaces there is simply because that's what the city told me to do. They told me in order to approve my building permit that I had to, they gave me, the 3 spots I had to do, and they told me to do the ADA plan. I submitted that, and they approved it on that. To speak in regards to parking, like Alex said, and every spot over there is exactly the same. Nobody has dedicated parking. My neighbors to the north of me, my neighbors to the south of me, that right of way that you see, that the pictures that you're looking at, that's where everybody parks. And right now, if you go down and look, neighbors right next to me is a hotel, the neighbors across from me on the other side is a short-term rental place. They all have no parking signs put up, and they all park in the city right away, which I agreed I'm not going to put no parking spots up, but I just want to let you know what the situation is there, that I'm not doing anything different than every single person in that area is doing. I do have plenty of parking spots. I want to let you know that it does show 10 on Coquina Way.
Right.
I actually can put 11 there. I've measured it all out, so I can put 11 spots on Coquina Way. And additionally, even with reducing the parking spots on 71st, there's 3 more spots, so it gives me a total of 14 parking spaces, which is more than the units that I would even have there, which could not be said for any of my neighbors around there. So hopefully that kind of clarifies a few questions.
So those are not your parking spots, though?
I'm sorry?
So those are not your parking spots, correct? On Coquina Way?
They're in the right-of-way.
Are they your parking spots?
They're not correct, yes.
Okay. So when you purchased this property in December, correct?
I believe it was November.
November, okay. And when did you decide that you want to add 3 units?
Before I added the permit. Well, I don't know, maybe.
Before you purchased the property, after you purchased the property?
I'd say after I purchased the property.
Okay. And what's the reason for adding the 3 units?
Well, I think they kind of mentioned it. I want to be able to either rent it as a 1-bedroom or have the door and do it as a 2-bedroom, be able to have the flexibility to, lock the door out, what they call lockout, be able to, use it as a 1-bedroom rental, open up the door, use it as a 2-bedroom rental, that type of thing. That way, if a larger family comes and they want to use both, I can open it up. They could, a larger family can use a 2-bedroom. If you've got a small family that just wants the 1-bedroom, then I can do it that way. And this is the right and legal way to do it.
Okay.
So can I address a question to the city, to Brandon? So it seems then please stay here. We increased and put the requirement for the 3 additional parking, and it sounds like the applicant on the ADA one thinks that he has to provide it for just his property. We added the 3 to match the room size, the extra 3 with the lockout doors. But how do we do that when it's not when all of the parking is in the right of way? So he has absolutely no control over that parking technically. All of us could go park there, take up his spots. His guests wouldn't be very happy, but in reality, we could go park there. legally, and there'd be no recourse legally against us. So I understand why we've given the 3, and I'm thinking, for example, discussion we had a few years ago with for Zamora, but that was his property, and it was private property, and then he purchased that land to the north, the office building, so he could meet the numbers. Here, we're trying to do the same thing, which, I mean, we did the right thing, but it's not private land, it's public.
But if you look at the layout, what we're trying to do also is to improve the aesthetic appearance of the neighborhood, because that whole corner right now is asphalt, so that's going to be green, and just to the west of the parking spaces is going to be another green area. So it's going to bring in, additional green area to the neighborhood.
Design's great, absolutely.
Yeah. So
much better than it was.
And that basically provides, for that. Yeah. And this is an issue that is going to impact the entire neighborhood as you think it through.
Yes.
Because if we're going to say that, forget about the 3 additional units for a moment. Any renovation of any property in that district is going to have to comply with parking requirements. Then nothing is going to happen in that district, because and you and Commissioner Gross know that district very well. I mean, that's the condition that we have all throughout. There are some changes that we're going to be recommending in the future to make some of these one-ways and everything else to reduce the amount of asphalt that we have up there and create some additional parking spaces. But that may or may not get approved. But it is a very awkward condition that we are being given, getting into some legal issues. Some attorneys will say that the city has for years accepted that these people have been parking there and use that as their parking spaces. Some attorneys will argue that they have certain rights to that.
For the existing
I don't know if it's it's true. I'm not making the legal argument for them, but the reality is that it is a challenging situation that we have here, where nothing here was built were private parking spaces. No.
Right. So I'm just trying to. We've put a condition on the applicant that, and we'll clarify the ADA spot.
Right.
But how can the applicant meet the requirement when technically the applicant doesn't control not one of those parking spaces?
I never planned on doing anything with parking.
No, I understand, but this is not to you, this is for us, because we're trying to, we have, if it was private property, it's very clear.
Yeah.
As we had with the Zamora, and I just use that because that was a long discussion.
I have the same rights as every other property owner in that area. Every single property owner uses that. I'm actually limiting parking in front of mine in the right of way. There was 8 spots there, and the city said, we want you to do it this way with 3 spots and do the landscaping, which I agreed to.
Yeah, no, look, the artist rendition, the pictures here look much better. I mean,
So to answer
it
your
looks
question,
fantastic.
what's going to prevent someone from parking in front of my place? The same thing is going to prevent you from parking to the motel next to me, because they're using right-of-way parking. The same as the condominium right across the street. They're using right-of-way parking too. You could, but they have no parking signs and tow signs up, which I don't know how they can do that.
No, right. No, I heard that. That's why I asked the question, because I don't think the applicant has the ability to, whatever condition we put on him for parking, it's not within his power to meet it.
Correct. He can only improve the right-of-way to what we tell him to do. That's all he can do.
Right.
Right.
But, I don't know,
It is the same issue that everybody else has in that neighborhood, but nobody else is asking for additional units. So.
because no one's renovating. He's doing it.
Yeah, but he's renovating.
Okay.
And had you planned on renovating before you purchased the property?
Yes.
Had you planned on adding 3 units?
Excuse me, go to the microphone so your conversation gets
Yes,
recorded.
I plan on renovating the property. No, I did not plan on adding. In
Okay.
fact, I only found out about the ability to do that after. In fact, I talked to him. He said there's an ability to add units, and this is the way you do it, when I talked to the zoning department. So,
Okay. So the renovation was going to happen anyway?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's my point, is everybody else who doesn't have the ability to add more units is going to renovate anyway. The one across from the library is doing that right now, the Saint did it, right? There's a lot of properties that are renovating without adding any additional units in an area, again, where there is no parking already. Now we went from 5 parking spots to 3 parking spots, right? And we're adding more units to where there is no parking. And so the question is why, and maybe Brandon can answer this, right? How is this benefiting the city and the residents to add 3 additional units, removing 2 parking spots, and then adding more cars where there's no parking?
In terms of removing the 2 parking spots, you're referring to the ones on the southern side that were formerly. I'll go back to the photo. I don't know if it's visible. You can kind of see the stripes there. Those aren't even remotely close to code compliant parking spaces. I believe they're about 10 to 12 feet in depth. The applicant's parking spots, they are parallel, but they would be code compliant. They do meet the city's code for.
And it improves the greenery in the area,
right.
The landscaping, right?
As for the other units, I understand it is a permitted density pool. We've only dealt with this once before. It was back in 2010, and that case never made it to second reading. So this is fairly unprecedented. Others go through a conditional use permit. This is a one-off. But those are code compliant parking spaces. We did work with the transportation department and talk that through, and we felt that was the safest, most beneficial way to improve those spaces on the southern end.
And the other question?
The units, I don't know of any direct benefit to the city other than that it's included in the renovation. It's working through a significant renovation of this property. I do understand from the applicant that it wasn't part of the original renovation plan. And we did talk this through, I believe, early in the process, but it may not have been before the permit was applied for.
You mean adding the units?
Right.
I couldn't tell you exactly when it was brought up, but somehow,
So who brought it up?
you mentioned it, there was the way to add the units, how to do it. And he kind of guided me, you got to get the parking spaces, you got to have an approved site plan, so I did exactly what he told me to do. I'm not blaming him, but I'm just letting you know.
I'm just trying to.
I would have kept more parking. I would have not put they said in order to do this, you're going to have to put an ADA, and you're going to have to put the green space in. And I said, certainly, if that's what we have to do, I'm willing to do that.
Okay, so help me understand your thought process then, right? Because you're making a recommendation to the commission, saying that you've looked at it, you feel that it's in the best interest that we move forward with this ordinance. Help me understand the thought process in if what the gentleman is saying is correct, that you brought it up in the first place, that you made the recommendation to him. On what basis do you think that recommendation was appropriate and beneficial to the city and the residents in that area? And on what basis are you establishing that this is beneficial to the residents going forward in order for you to make a recommendation to the commission saying this is what you should vote on?
Well, I don't know that I made a recommendation. I think the staff conclusion was that this is a first come, first served density pool that's still in the city's comprehensive plan. It's written like that. The city did update the other comprehensive plans to make it a case by case basis. There are new evaluative criteria for that. I don't know that I recommended the 3 units. I did state that they were available for the project, but again, the project had proceeded as an 8-unit, and that's what I had approved through the building permit process, knowing that it would need to come forward for the additional 3 units. I don't know that I made a recommendation on it, but I did mention to the applicant that it was available.
But he's entitled to ask. He's entitled to be heard on a first come, first served basis. Yep. It's not like the other units that we have where there's a lot more leeway in terms of saying yay or nay. This is on a first come, first basis that units are available, and that's how the process is administratively supposed to happen.
I do want to point out that
Back to the microphone, please.
I just want to point out, even with the reduced, I still have 14 parking spots there. So I've got more than enough parking than units if I were to get the additional lockout units, which cannot be said for almost every one of my neighbors. So I just want to let that be known that I do have 14 spots. So hopefully, and I thought that was kind of the consideration, that if I had enough parking. I realize it's not my parking, but because it's a corner lot and you've got, all that parking area there.
The number of parking spots is based on the formula? Is it 1 point for each transient unit? It's 1 point?
It's currently 0.9 per. Correct. So for 11 units, it would be 10 parking spaces.
But the applicant, I'm sorry, you said you had 14?
Correct. There's actually 11 I can put on Coquina Way there. And then there's the new three that we're creating. That also has the green space.
On 71st?
Yeah, that's what I said. I've got the corner.
So 14, so you've got 14, I know the area. So you've got 14 with one ADA,
Correct.
Including one ADA.
Correct.
So if it were private property, he'd be containing everything on his property. The only factor here is it's public property, so even if he had 3 times the amount, if it's on public right-of-way, he still has no ability to ensure, well, no, not with 3 times. There's no ability to ensure 100% of the time that everything's on site. Because if 10 cars come down from wherever and they decide, hey, look, there's this great parking, shh, don't tell anybody on 71st and Coquina, right? There's a new bar, this beautiful, beautiful building, look at that pool, let's park there, and we can walk right to Upham. You can't prevent that because it's not private. Now, what your neighbors are doing, thank you for highlighting. I'm sure our community development director is listening to this, and she's writing some notes, Michelle. Separate, but nothing's within his control, that's why I raised the point.
Right.
So it seems like he's got the parking's available, but he has no control over it, but there's nothing we can do about it because that's one of the unique situations in the Upland Beach Village.
That's the main point that I really want to make to the board, that I have ample parking in my right-of-way in front of my property, more so than any of my neighbors around there. The condominium, the short-term rental condominium right across the street only has half a space for each unit they have right there, and that's also in the right-of-way. So if anybody's going to have people parking, looking for spots, they're going to be over on my right-of-way, not on their right-of-way.
So what's your plan, or maybe you've talked to your neighbors? People come and park because they went to the beach, and now you've got paying guests who have no place to park. What are you going to do?
I'm just going to have to put it on my website, and during the information say there is street parking available. I didn't understand that. I cannot guarantee it, but it'll say street parking is available.
Okay.
And if they'll understand, with all their check-in information, that it's first come, first served basis. Which again is not what my neighbors are doing too. If you go up and down that street, there's no parking tow-away signs on every single property.
Well, that's something we're going to have to look into.
That's why I say our community development director's watching.
Yeah.
And I can also tell you there's also ADA spots on other right-of-ways as well at other motels in that district.
But
100%.
Just because it's happening other places doesn't mean we have to make the situation worse.
I just don't want to be penalized because, I'm trying to abide by doing it the right way.
No, we'll make sure it's enforced for everyone equally.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a couple of thoughts. And really, it's focused on these 3 rooms. Because this parking situation over there, and everybody knows it, it's never going to be the traditional parking that we would expect from a hotel, boutique hotel, transient lodging. It just isn't. But there's a unique nature to that area that I think is valuable to the city, keeping it in a unique fashion. What I do notice there, and Brandon mentioned it, and I think it's worth mentioning, there are a lot of code-compliant buildings in that area. When folks buy these things now, they may renovate. And they're doing a valuable service, I think, to the citizens and the city when they become code compliant. Now, it's one thing to add on to a building and another thing to cut up your building from the inside to add units. This seems like a circumstance where, under certain conditions, he's going to attempt to maximize his interior units without adding on. And I think adding on to buildings over there, especially those small ones, in some instances may not be valuable to the city. I do believe, though, there's going to be an economic time where folks are going to want to renovate, and they may want to add units in this fashion. And from an economic standpoint, they're going to need to. Otherwise, they're not going to buy in and not going to renovate. We just assume the market's always going to be like it is. So I have less heartburn with an applicant coming forward instead of hiding it by doing an aftermarket interior job where they punch a hole in the wall and they put a door in it and then they go out, because it happens, and is coming through the process the right way. That doesn't mean we need to start handing out 172 units in the Upland Beach District. But I would say that these are really, each one that comes before us going forward is going to be unique. So whatever we do with this one is what we do, whatever it is. But I think we need to start thinking, all of us down the road, what is valuable to us in that area? What do we think is worth giving some additional units to? This may not be the circumstance. It may be a circumstance like this plus X, Y, and Z. I don't know. But I do think that different considerations maybe need to be given on a lot by lot, property by property basis over there, because everything is so unique. It really is, from street to street and from corner to corner. So I just ask that, whatever anybody does here tonight, they're going to do. But that we think about this going forward, and maybe crafting in our heads, in our minds, and some consensus down the road as to kind of what we think, and we can pass it on to staff, like Brandon, what we think is beneficial to that area when it comes to folks deciding, whether they want to add a room, add a unit, make a renovation, not add to the building, not add to the structure.
To the footprint.
Keep those footprints the way they are. And that's challenging economically. But it's rare and it's beneficial, I think. So whatever everybody decides this time, we are setting some initial precedent, because we haven't given up any units under this scheme that we have. The comprehensive plan scheme. So this will be a first.
And I think too, in that area, we're not, the property, the lot sizes aren't going to allow for any large scale development. It's a built out area.
Mm-hmm. Number one, yes, 100% correct. Number two, the comp plan treated this area slightly different than any other area.
Upland Beach Village.
Because, and I guess because of the history of the area needed so much investment and redevelopment that it really wanted to create an incentive for it. But no new hotels can go anywhere in here. So comp plan says only existing hotels can add units. It also sets up a maximum number of units that a hotel can add to double the amount that they have. So if you have 10, you can get up to another 10. That's it. So nobody can really develop a hotel into, go from 10 to 30 because they added 3 more floors of units. So it does limit the density. It limits the new hotels that can go, but it also kind of made it fairly easy to get these units because it says they come on a first come first served basis. And Andrew can clarify it's not a unit by right. It is a unit that is supposed to be allocated as people are asking for them. And why they put 175 units into that district, I have no idea, because I don't know that would ever even be remotely possible.
Well, one of the things for consideration for additional units is to have adequate parking, right? Which this property does not. That's first of all. Second, Commissioner,
they already got granted a variance for that.
Only if they get the additional units.
The board that contemplates variances already said.
If they get the 3 units, they get the parking. Those 3 parking spots that they're not entitled to, we're just going to paint some lines. Yeah. But to Commissioner Marone's point, when I asked the applicant, he stated he bought the property not even knowing that there was an option or possibility for adding 3 units, which tells me that he bought the property based on the as-is current condition and the economic viability of that property in the current state, right? If it had been 11 units, he would have paid a different price for that property, because that property would have been valued differently based on the income potential of 11 units and not 8 units. And so to me, the argument, with all due respect, that if we do not allow additional units, there's not economic viability, doesn't really hold water, because he himself purchased it without even knowing that there was an option for more units. The property across from the library here, across the street from them, that's 10 units. They bought it as is. They didn't add it. And the properties at the end down there that are for sale on the waterfront, they're being sold, again, in the current condition of 8, 10, 12 units, whatever it is. And so, you know, you're absolutely right. Whatever we do today is going to set a precedent for everything else. So if we allow 3 additional units now, if we allow for 3 additional cars on that street, on that neighborhood where there is already no parking, when the next applicant says, I want to take my 10 units to 20 units, how are we going to say in good conscience no to them? How are we going to say, well, you already don't have 10 units, you don't have parking for 20? If he had parking for 11 units on his site, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would say, well, you're not really having any negative impact on the neighborhood. And if you go there on a Saturday or Sunday, and I've done that many times, it's just like Paso Grill. They're circling because they don't want to pay at Upham. So they come into the neighborhood and they're circling for hours on end. And then eventually, a lot of them just give up and they park legally and everywhere else. And so now what we're doing is we're making a situation, again, it's unique, as you said. It wasn't not necessarily with foresight, but I think going forward, we need to be smarter than our predecessors and not make a bad situation worse than it already is.
Yeah. I don't think economic viability in this case exists. Okay, I'm not hearing of a financial hardship.
Yep.
I've not heard the hardship. What I'm saying is, as we look forward, there will be a day. Mm-hmm. It's not today. Look around, it's not today. There will be an economic hardship scenario where we may be wanting to think down the road that the kind of additions that are being suggested here without adding onto the building, onto the structure, are appropriate under a case-by-case basis.
Could I just make another comment? You're correct what I said, but I always thought that I could have lockout units. When I initially looked at the property, I always thought that would not be a problem until zoning told me that I could not do lockout units, and that's when then they made me aware of a way that I could add units rather than doing the lockout units, because they said I could not do that. So this was the alternative.
Is that something your agent told you, that you could do that?
Pardon me?
Is that something your real estate agent told you, that you could add lockout units?
Well, it's interior doors. Well, that's what we're talking about, having an interior door to open.
Please silence your phones.
That's not much, yeah. But that's what I'm talking about. When they said there cannot be any way to get from one room interior to the other interior room when they both have exterior doors. And I did not know that. I mean, not that it necessarily changes things, but I was always planning on having doors where I could rent them individually or rent them together as a group. That was always my plan. So, and also just to kind of let you know, if I had hindsight, I don't know that I would have purchased the property because it's been so difficult, and it's not anybody's fault. It's just the way the property is as far as getting everything approved. Everything requires a variance because of the setbacks and the way the construction is and things like that. Had I known that, what I know now, it's very, very, very difficult. It's very challenging. It would have been much easier just to, buy a property that hasn't, it's not going to have a approval when you swap out a water heater and go in front of the board just to do that.
So look, I view this as a responsible development. The 3 additional parking and rooms, it's de minimis. It's really, it's not a large number, and it fits with the character of the neighborhood. The building, the investment, I mean, the artist rendition, I assume, I went by the property today, and it's still under construction, of course, but it looks much, much better, and I'm sure it'll be completed there. The parking we saw, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, we saw that 14 parking spaces, including the one ADA, fit on what is the right-of-way. And that's why I went back to the conversation from 30 minutes ago. Given the nature of this property and the uniqueness of the neighborhood, there's no way the applicant has any control because it's all right-of-way to meet the parking. So whether we said it's 1, 5, 10, couldn't happen. In the future, we'll see. Hopefully there's more redevelopment in that area. Certainly, as Commissioner Grouse and I know, that area could still use some sprucing up. Do
we want to encourage that, or do we want to discourage that?
Well, I think we want to encourage responsible development, right, which I see this one as. He's staying within his footprint. To me, 3 units is a de minimis number. The applicant has told us he's taking responsibility for the parking problem. Right. And I say that it's kind of the uniqueness of the area. There is no private property for parking as we had with Zamora, for example. And if
I'll say a small benefit is at least there's an ADA spot now. I'm not saying it's my spot or guaranteed for my motel, but there is an ADA spot now that will be accessible for anybody who needs it in that area. So I do feel like that is a benefit.
And I feel that the applicant, by taking on that responsibility, takes on the as I asked the question earlier, what happens if a guest comes and says, hey, what are you going to do? There's no parking. I just paid X dollars to stay here. What do you mean I can't park? He's willing to take that risk, and to me that's a reputational and economic risk that he's willing to take, and not turn around and say, well, the city told me, sorry, you're up the creek. And he's either going to make it work or it won't work. And again, I go back to, it's 3 units, it's de minimis, it's responsible. He's not coming in and asking for a large number. And it's creative. I think the lockout also helps the applicant in this situation offer a product that he feels to the market that he feels maybe will be more, have more appeal, right? Because some people do want to come and have, open the door, have a 2-room suite, for example. And I think it's on city staff to, to allow, not allow, but to tell applicants, you can do A, you can do B, you can do C. If you do A, it's this. If you do B, it's this. C, it's that. So I think it's good, responsible development. So.
I have a few more questions for Brandon. Sure. What's the impervious surface ratio?
It is not in the, it was something we looked at, and it is compliant. He did become more compliant in the work that was done. I don't have it offhand.
The plans doesn't look like it's 85%. Looks like it's greater than 85. Looks like it's virtually 100%.
Well, there's 3. Let me get that presentation pulled back up. Ryan, do you mind pulling up the presentation? There's the two green space areas, and then the mulch area, and then there's also grass at the corner here. So really the areas around and inset within the brick pavers, that is all green space. They also have some green space in the northeast corner. The requirement is only 15%. So we did look at this,
But we don't have a number.
Not with me, no.
Okay.
I can get that for you.
Okay. Any other questions?
None.
Public comment? Joe
Public comments.
Joe Mulholland.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Joe Mulholland, 21st Avenue. I'm just an average citizen, but what I do know is we already have a tremendous parking problem in this city. So I would certainly encourage you to strongly consider that in making your decision on this request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
William Lawson.
Please state your name and address for the record.
William Lawson, 5407 Leilani Drive. I'm speaking as an individual, but recollecting our conversation as a member of the Board of Adjustment when we heard this particular case. And I just wanted to say personally, I was really impressed by the petitioner and his investment in our community. He's taking a property that is frankly fairly blighted and trying to upgrade it and turn it into something that can make the neighborhood proud. My hope is that we could use this as an opportunity to try to figure out how we can separate the parking issue from the people issue, because I think, as we all recognize, the issue with lockout is not too many people, it's just what do you do with the cars? And if there might be a way, if we begin to enforce parking uniformly in this district where there is no private parking, to potentially harvest some non-taxpayer dollars, maybe these could be from bed tax or some other source, to figure out a way to give hotel guests who agree not to bring a car a discount or a gift card to have dinner on Corey Avenue, with the idea that you can come to the beach and leave your car. Because if we can take the cars out of the equation for these hotel guests, things would get a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No other cards.
Commissioners, I'll just remind you, this is a first reading, so you'll have a second reading on this. So any questions that came up, staff can always bring that information forward to you at the second reading.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2023-08.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Yes.
Commissioner Marone.
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse.
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla.
No.
Motion carries 3-1.
Next, we have item ordinances 6B, first reading of ordinance 2023-9.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 94, Waterways, Article 2, Watercraft, Section 94-33, Restrictions on Use of Public Property, providing for codification, conflict, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Based on the discussion we had 4 or 5 weeks ago, there was a request made to amend or change the hours of operation for the boat ramp, the Don Cesar, but it's also the 3400 block of Maritana. So as you can see, this ordinance that we put together, it makes very minor changes to the time from 11 to 10. Staff decided to leave the holiday hours, but that's always up for discussion. And then we added a subparagraph to require a permit for commercial activities, so that we can kind of regulate based on some of the public comment I heard earlier on the kayak company, so that we can kind of regulate and put into process some parameters on how they use that boat ramp.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any questions for Matthew?
I have a few. What is the definition of commercial? Any commercial enterprise. So does that include, I mean, the kayak one, of course, is the latest one that we hear about. But does that include the seawall companies that are using the boat ramp, ferries that may come and stop off? Anybody with a commercial license?
Correct. Because right now, I think we've been issuing them a right-of-way permit. Because a lot of people, a lot of businesses, especially the seawall, they'll use that as a drop-in to.
Right.
So yes, that would include that.
So anybody with a commercial license?
Anyone operating a business or using it for non-recreational purposes.
Yeah, I think that's a better way of saying it. You know.
Yeah. So we can clarify.
If you're there to make money, then you need a permit.
And if you're there making money, you should have a business license.
Right.
Correct. And if you're operating in our city, you should have a BTR. But this is specifically for use of the boat ramp.
So they're not really doing an extra step, they're just doing a different step.
Correct. Instead of a right-of-way permit, and Michelle, I think will work with staff to try to develop some kind of, whether we cherry pick language, but we'll develop something. And it'll be a violation of our code if you don't have a permit, and then we can handle it via code enforcement. So more looking for direction on the time, hours of operation.
Have we heard from the residents that live in the area? Do they, from both boat ramps in north and south, do they,
besides
okay with
emails and public comment, I have not reached out to anyone specifically.
I believe we have a resident here.
Yeah, sure.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Betty Reznicki, the Don Cesar Place on Maritana. And I've come here a couple of times to discuss the ramp or the issues that are going on the ramp. My only question, and I did email the city a month ago, I can't remember exactly, but it's the consistency, because we also have a boat ramp in Egan Park. So in that email that I had sent out, one of my questions was, there's no posted sign at Egan Park that tells you the time, but there is a sign at the street, right? So on, what's the street? No, I forgot the name. The street out there by, out on Egan Park, Blind Pass. Thank you. Out on Blind Pass, there's a sign that says sunset to sunrise. So is that the hours of operation for that boat ramp? When you look at the comprehensive, sorry, not the comprehensive plan, but the ordinance, it states that there should be a sign posted at the boat ramps, both boat ramps. So my thing is for it to be consistent. So not only should it be just Maritana or Don Cesar area, but what about the residents who live on Egan Park? Because that sign should be the same at Egan Park. So do those residents know, hey, what sign have we been looking at? Have we been looking at sunset to sunrise? Or are we, is it any different? Is there any complaints? Have those residents complained before? And maybe Commissioner Grouse, maybe you know, maybe from the past or have heard. Was there a reason why there's no sign there? It's just consistency. I know the people, Omar, who lives directly across the boat ramp, was good with the time of 10 o'clock. But my thing is, be consistent, because there maybe was an issue at Egan Park that we're not aware of because there is no sign there. So,
would Mr. Omar and your other residents in the neighborhood association are okay with public holidays to midnight?
there shouldn't be any different. It should be the same regardless of the holiday. Not to mention in that area, it should also be equivalent to the parking spaces, the times. because the parking there is till 8 o'clock, I believe. So, you know, why isn't it till 10? You know, why is it end at 8? You know, if you can still use the boat ramp and it's boat trailer parking, shouldn't it also match the hours of operation for the boat ramp? You know, so again, it's just a consistency because people will park there, use it for other reasons. I understand emergency purposes, you know, they can come in at midnight. No one's against someone, you know, coming out from their boat in an emergency, you know, have to take it out. No one's going to argue. That doesn't happen, thank God, every day, right? But just to be consistent. And I would say the same for the parking on Egan Park because it has a posted time on that park as well. So, but it's sunset to sunrise. And I think in that email that I wrote, I even asked, well, if it's providing recreation to the public, then isn't that a park? So if the ordinances say parks are open from, you know, sunrise to sunset, then shouldn't all parks be the same? Kind of like your beaches, right? Same thing. So anyways, those were some of the points I put in that email. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that was one of the discussion that the city manager and I had earlier today, which the current ordinance does cover both parks. Why there isn't a sign, we can look into that afterwards.
Right.
But this would also cover both parks. I'm sorry, both ramps, correct?
Correct, it would, and I just want to clarify something that, that Betty said. The parking at these areas in our code is from 8 to 10. Right, so changing 8 to 10 p.m. The metered parking for Egan Park, West Maritana, and the area between 30th and 35th.
Maritana is 8 o'clock.
In our code, it's 8 to 10. I'm just reading what's in the code.
For boat trailers or cars?
Boat trailers.
Across the street.
Metered parking from 8 to 10 p.m.
Across the street, I think what Ms. Resnicki is referring to, there's townhouses, and around that corner, on the southeast corner, are resident-only permit parking after 8 p.m.
Okay, I thought she was talking about boat trailer parking, and I just wanted to make it clear that this change lines up with what our code currently says.
And I will concur with you. It is, sorry, let me go here. It does say it that way on the boat trailer parking, but Mayor, you're correct. The other parkings are 8 o'clock. And if you remember that whole intersection area, we wanted to be able to provide parking for people who weren't coming with their boat, but were going to be traveling with people who are, so they could park their cars. So they're not the same. So he is correct because there's a sticker that went over to the old time that says 10 o'clock on the boat trailer parking, but the resident parking is 8 o'clock.
And I think we addressed that with the additional parking enforcement in that area specifically, because we've had issues of people overstaying their welcome.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Any audience comments?
Ken Folsom.
Ken Folsom, 3508 Casablanca. I live just down the street from the boat ramp, Don Cesar boat ramp. And I think what staff said about not getting some comments or only, there's every time we have a association meeting or a homeowners meeting, the subject of the kayak rentals, people going out always comes up. It's a sore spot within the community. It's been that way for a number of months. So I would hope that any business license that people need to get or would require some review, some strong oversight on behalf of the city, because you know, right now what you've got is a commercial enterprise using city facility to make money. There's already been one person who died out there with the kayak company. It's a slick boat ramp. People walk in. It's not particularly safe to do that, I don't think. It can be loud. People living around there constantly complain. As they go around within the community, some people do complain about that as well, and that's been constant. It's been absolutely constant. So please, in providing oversight for that, in terms of regulation, et cetera, please keep that in mind. And, you're welcome to come to our meetings, and you'll see what I'm telling you. You can ask Betty, too. It's the absolute truth. People complain every time.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
No. I would just like to say that I mean, as far as the boat ramp at Egan, I have not had any complaints, but I do think that it probably should be consistent throughout the city. And I would agree.
We're definitely going to have to change the signage on both of them once in the order.
Get it, and maybe we need, at Egan, if the only sign is out by Blind Pass Road, then there should be something down closer to the actual boat ramp also, for sure.
Yeah.
And absolutely, I agree. I think that the parking should coincide with the boat ramp hours also. Yeah. So.
Well, I think this is an issue that's been discussed at the Don Cesar Place Home Association for at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. It's, we get a lot of emails, a lot of comments, and I'm happy to see that we're hopefully making some progress on this. So if there's no further comments, do we have a motion?
So moved. Will I make a motion to approve ordinance number 2023-09?
I'll second the motion.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have item 6C, second reading of ordinance 2023-6.
Mr. Mayor, we already did that at the beginning of the meeting. I know it's been a long day, but.
Oh, jeez.
That one's done.
All right, discussion items. First item is 7A, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office and County Park.
Yes, that's the, remember that we had a discussion as to what the sheriff was going to be doing. There's been several emails that have gone up since then in terms of his activity. So he is still have his staff over there. They continue to pursue that. There is a meeting tomorrow that I will be attending. I don't know if anybody else plans to attend, but I will be there to support the sheriff's position that we do need to get PSTA to impose a fare, and I think our position is that a full fare should be imposed. I don't know, this 50-cent option that they were trying to put in, I don't think it really makes anybody happy. I do want to support the PSTA in terms of getting an agreements with the different hotels and the different businesses that we have in the city so they can buy parking passes for their employees, which I think that's a good thing. For example, Traywinds has a program.
Bus passes, not
Bus passes, I'm sorry. No parking, yes. Thank you.
Been a long day.
Yes, no parking passes, bus passes. So Traywinds has a program for their employees, and I think we need to encourage the rest of the hotels and some of the large businesses in the city, like Publix and stuff like that, that they should be buying parking passes, bus passes, for their employees, as a way to, if the goal is to try to get as many people into the bus and really support the workforce, that I think is a way that can be done. But the continuation of the free bus fare is having unintended consequences, and I think that's where the discussion is going to be there tomorrow. At that meeting, the sheriff has basically said that he is going to continue to support the county park operation until the fare change gets implemented, whether that takes a week, 2 weeks. He and I discussed the fact that yes, well, it's reasonable to have a little bit of time to notify people. We're not looking at 6 weeks. We're not looking at 2 months. We're looking at weeks, maybe 1, maybe 2, but that's no more than that. And until then, he'll continue to support the operation. After that, we can begin looking as to how that operation gets scaled down. Hopefully that will, help address the concerns here. Any questions?
No, I mean, we're very grateful to the sheriff for his continued support and allocating those resources at significant expense.
Yeah.
And I think I'll speak for myself. I agree with what you said. The PSTA said that free fares was temporary. It was supposed to take effect after 6 months, then they extended it. And all we're asking to do is exactly what they promised us they would do in the front end, nothing else. I don't think that's a lot to ask for.
Right.
Any other comments on the subject? Next, we have item 7B, community residential homes pursuant to Florida Statute Chapter 419.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So there was a lot of emails that I received, I'm sure you all received, about a community residential home that popped up in the city. I urge you all to call it a community residential home. I've heard it called other things, but I'd prefer to refer to it as it is in the statute. And I'll just go through it real quick to clarify any of the comments and emails that we got, and hopefully the public is watching. So it's pursuant to 419.001, and I will read verbatim from this statute so that we're crystal clear on what they mean, and happy to answer questions after. So a community residential home means a dwelling unit licensed to serve residents who are either clients of the Department of Elderly Affairs, Agency for Persons with Disabilities, Department of Juvenile Justice, DCF, or the Agency for Healthcare Administration, who operate as the functional equivalent of a family, including such supervision and care by supportive staff as may be necessary to meet the physical, emotional, and social needs of the residents. So that's what it means, right? That's what the definition is. Now, what we have in our city, and I believe this is the third, at least that I'm aware of in the city, is homes that meet this definition that have 6 or fewer residents shall be deemed a single-family unit and a non-commercial residential use for the purpose of local laws and ordinances. They shall be allowed in a single-family or multifamily zoning without the approval of the local government. Okay? So the only thing that we get notified of, because this provision goes on to say, although there's radius requirements, like they can't be within 1,000 feet of another one, or 1,200 feet of one that has 7 to 14 people. The only thing that they're required to do is provide proof of a license from one of the agencies that I read above. The moment that they do that, they are treated like non-commercial. They are allowed in single-family and multifamily zoning districts without the approval of the local government. Now, the one thing that they do have to abide by is a dwelling unit housing a community residential home established pursuant to this section shall be subject to the same local laws and ordinance applicable to other non-commercial residential family units, which means, as we're all aware, we have a transient lodging short-term rental ordinance, right, that we are grandfathered in on. This one is in a zoning district that does not allow for anything less than 30 days, right? So we have confirmed with the property owner that all of the transient residents are there for a minimum of 30 days. Now, if they're not, we can address that via code enforcement because it would be a violation of our code. Now, I saw some comments about she's claiming homestead provision. The reality is she bought the property this year, mid-year, and I know we have some realtors on the commission, and we all understand that you get the benefit of whatever taxes were filed for the previous year because she hasn't filed taxes yet. So will we ensure that she doesn't claim homestead? Yes, we do it all the time for all of our short-term rentals. If you're operating a business or doing something like that, you should not be receiving a tax benefit. The code enforcement, and I'm speaking just based on some of the emails we got, there was some allegations and a complaint made about work without a permit. Code enforcement went out there, confirmed there was no work being done that would be without a permit, that would have required a permit. So I'm here for any questions, but I just hopefully that clears up what the city can and can't do. And this is a preemption that we cannot do anything with. The only thing that we can do is make sure that it's code compliant and that the people that are there for a minimum of 30 days.
And
Any
you said
questions?
we have at least 3 others in the city?
I don't know the this one, and I don't want to say specifically because I don't think the property owner's here, I believe this is the third.
For this company?
In the city.
The city staff know?
Yeah. Brandon was here, but I should have gotten the names. I should have gotten the addresses. I dealt with one for about 6 months that ended up pulling out because they were trying to be one of the 7 to 14 one, which we can actually regulate at that point. But yeah, that's as much information as I am prepared to give.
We can send you a list tomorrow.
But it's not 20.
Not that we know. I mean, we don't know what we don't know, right? So the ones that we know, it's not that many.
But again, if they're under 7 and they're licensed, they don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just jump in here. So there's a whole line of cases on exclusionary zoning and different things like that. There are a number of types of, let's say, uses that are like this that are considered, as long as they meet the criteria, they're allowed to exist just as another single-family home would, and the local governments can't regulate them in any other fashion. These cases have been litigated at the highest levels, and so as long as Matthew stated, as long as they're operating in a manner that, while it may not be your traditional family as you would think, but that definition has been litigated quite a lot as well. So these are uses that should not be singled out or targeted or in any way by the city.
And just some specific, we have confirmed the license from the DCF. The ones that I know of have all provided proof of license from one of these agencies. So.
And in our process, those licenses are provided to Community Development Department?
Correct, code enforcement.
Or planning, yeah, one of the two. But mind you, if you're 6 or fewer, all you have to do is say, hey, local government, I'm thinking about doing this, right? And then you go and get your license, and then the agency will provide us a list so that we can make sure that the radius requirements are met. Because like I said, we can make sure that there's not one within 1,000 feet every other house. There is some spacing requirements that they have to meet pursuant to statute.
And the license is issued by?
One of the state agencies. So
the state agency?
Yeah, either DCF, Agency for Persons of Disabilities, ACA, which is the Agency for Healthcare Administration, Department of Juvenile Justice, or Department of Elderly Affairs. I've seen 2 of them from ACA, 1 of them from DCF. Once again, I wish I had the addresses. I do apologize, but I can send an email after speaking with staff.
Thank you.
Assuming there's public comments, so I'll be glad to answer questions after that.
Yep. Public comments, please.
Christine Grady.
Christine Grady. I live at 509 79th Avenue. We just moved down here full-time. When we bought our house 3 years ago, I remember thinking we wanted to rent it out, and there was the ordinance. So I'm wondering, now, these residents that live in this home, how often are they going to be allowed to turn over? Because the code says you can't do it more than 3 times a year, like rent your house out. So does that not even apply because it's not considered a rental? Or is there some overlap or something?
We can address all the questions when Matthew comes back.
I'm not against people being rehabilitated. I'm a daughter of a recovering alcoholic who's in heaven. But I think the woman who purchased the home kind of just slid this in there, and it really took our whole neighborhood back. We have family that come stay with us, friends, relatives. We're going to keep a really close eye on if anything is amiss, and we will be calling the sheriff if we need to do that. So I just want that to be on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll just do all of them at the end if you want. Or if you go.
All right. Just so I don't have to write them down.
Okay.
Mind?
No, go ahead.
So, in the city land development code, Paso Grill overlay is the only district that allows for short-term rentals. I think the RLM1 as well, which is 3 times a year. Every other zoning district in the city is minimum of 30 days period. This one is
12 times per year.
Minimum of 30 days period, right?
Up to 12 times, yeah.
We don't really limit it because, I guess,
I'm addressing her question because she's under the impression that you can only do it for 30 days 3 times a year, but you can do it for 30 days 12 times.
And then the overlay, you can do it for less than 30 days 3 times a year.
Yeah.
Or 3 times.
So that's an addition to the 12 times 30, you can also do 3 times for less.
If you're in that zone. But I think her question was how often, so the home is going to be used 12 months a year. The question is how often can the people turn over, if I understood the question, because it's a little different than renting out the house to Commissioner Grouse and to myself, 30 days, 30 days, 30 days. Do the people have to stay for 30 days? Can they be, or can it be every 10 days, if I understood the question?
No, it's actually 30 days, and I urge the public to go through See-Click-Fix or code enforcement if you are allowed. Mind you, the law changed. We need your name. We need your address. We can't act on anonymous complaints, but please report it. If you see, it's kind of hard, right? Because I don't know if they come in cars or how it operates, but everyone that goes there should be there for a minimum of 30 days, period.
And there's only 6 people max.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So
Once they hit that threshold of 7, it's a whole different process.
Is that 6 people, including the caregivers, or 6 people in total?
No, it's
residents.
It's the residents, correct.
And do they have full-time caregivers that live on site?
I don't know if they have full-time caregivers. On this one specifically, I do
So
not
with the-
know.
with the caregiver-
But they're required to have supportive staff, so I'm assuming there's someone available 24/7 to.
But they're not allowed to have treatment, right?
Correct, because that's a whole different.
That's a whole different.
Only housing.
It's to meet physical, emotional, and social needs.
So is it 6 people in total? So if they have 1 caregiver, it's 5 residents plus a caregiver who lives on site? If that's
6 residents. So you could have 6 residents and 3 caregivers.
So you could have 9 people living there.
I have to confirm, but I highly doubt the caregivers live on site.
Yeah, I don't think they would. It would just, the residents would be the only permanent residents. I would say caregiver would come and go. But we just need to.
Now, if we want specifics, I mean, I can approach all 3 of the properties and try to get a game plan on how they normally operate. But I just wanted to be clear for the public, there's really nothing that we can approve or deny in this situation.
So in the normal circumstances with short-term rentals, it's easier because you can look on Airbnb, VRBO, and whatnot else, and you can see when people are advertising. We can look at past reviews. We can do all sorts of things. In this situation, what mechanism do we have to make sure that everyone there stays at least 30 days?
I'm not in a position to answer that right now.
Probably not much.
I mean, like I said, unless they come in a car and you see a car there for 30 days and then it changes. I mean, just so you know, we don't only use Airbnb and comments.
Sure. No, I'm saying that we have the ability and...
It's twofold, right? So we get people on advertising too.
Yeah.
Rarely do we get people on actually renting because it's very hard because you'll go up to the door and someone will say, oh, it's my brother. And then it's not really their brother, right? It's part of the Airbnb rules when they check in. So we usually get the short-term rentals on advertising.
And we don't get advertising on this, so, right.
There's no advertising on this, so I don't really want to put the neighbors in a position where they feel like they have to do things or take pictures. I mean, that's not what I'm here to do. I'm just trying to explain what the city can approve and deny.
So under statute, then I would imagine you couldn't, if the city couldn't publicize this to say, hey, on 71st Avenue, there's a rehabilitation residence going up, and there'll be 5 residents as of September 1st, so you should all be aware. I wouldn't think the statute would allow that, because that would be the only way.
So I will say, if someone made a request right now for, hey, city, how many community residential homes are in the area? I mean, that's a public record.
Right.
But I mean, us putting it on our social media, I would highly advise against that.
Yeah. But a new one, for example, comes in. We wouldn't,
We would know because we would be told that if there's 6 or fewer, we would be told that they're thinking about it. And then once that happens, we would be provided with a license or a list from the agency confirming that they are one.
Are they advertising on their website 30 days longer or have anything in there? Because I've seen that just even the lack of advertising.
Generally, these homes they're fed through clinics and inpatient treatment facilities. So they move from the inpatient treatment facility to the residence. It's usually a separate corporation that they have relationships with and trusted counselors. So I frankly think that this is one of those things that we keep an eye on. If it's a well-run operation, it'll just vanish, meaning there won't be any problems. We won't notice it. If it's not a well-run operation, it'll manifest itself in very short order in a way that we can involve code, we can involve law enforcement if necessary, and they won't be here. So I tend to think that that's how those things work themselves out.
And just again, the state has preempted local municipalities from any regulation or oversight, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Marone hit it on the head. It's like to look at the behavior, and if it's bad behavior, the city can deal with it through code enforcement or some other thing. But it's absolutely clear. The law says that local governments cannot preclude certain types of homes from being in single-family districts. That's just been long-standing law throughout. So I think.
But some of the worst behavior is more law enforcement than code enforcement, because you got people that are going to be driving around these areas offering product for people to relapse because they know their targets. And I have had to deal with that issue where they were just making the rounds. It's just, because people go out for a walk and everything else, and they begin to approach them into, that kind of stuff. So we do have to work with police very closely when we hear that kind of behavior, that kind of activity is going on.
I would just say to the residents, just keep your eyes and ears open, and if there's issues, report them as soon as you can. And
Please, we need order. Wait, excuse me, I'm sorry, with all due respect. We hear you, we sympathize with you, and we want to hear you, but you got to give them the opportunity to speak, just like when you come up here. Out of respect, we will not speak over you, so we're going to ask that you not speak over the commissioner as well. Please continue.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, it seems like the city's hands are tied. There's not much we can do unless we hear from you. That seems like the only recourse that we have at this time. I understand your concerns, but I think that's really the only way we can handle it right now at this point.
Any other audience comments?
Ruda Hantz.
Hi, I'm Ruda Hantz from 7711 Coquita Way. A couple questions about this. I've made 2 phone calls today. I spoke to the Florida Association of Recovery Residents, otherwise known as FAR, and I also spoke to the Americans with Disabilities Agency. First thing, we're making the assumption that this is a community residential home. If it's a community residential home, according to these people should be able to get mail at the residence, and they should be able to get visitors. Now, myself and other people in the neighborhood have done what you would call surveillance on them. They get picked up first thing in the morning by a van, and they're taken to rehab all day. So according to the Florida Association of Recovery Residents, this is not a residential home. They refer to it as a, let me look for the exact term, it's a hospital facility. They call it a PHP, a partial hospitalization program. And that requires a level of care higher than the standard of an outpatient care and provides comprehensive treatment services and medical monitoring during the day. They don't stay overnight at the treatment facility, and they are considered a higher risk than somebody that's in rehab. So these people are in rehab all day. I don't think this is a community residential home. They are not free, as the American with Disabilities Act investigator said, they are not free to just receive mail and visitors there, and they're not working, as the owner of this place said that they are working. There is another facility that a friend of mine had stayed at that is for women. That is owned under a business name, and my friend that stayed there said, the day I got into the rehab program, that's where I stayed and that's where I slept. The same van that comes from the rehab facility picks up the females at their house that's zoned as a multiplex, then they come to the home that's in a residential and pick up the men. The same van drops them off at the rehab facility where there is housing for men at the rehab facility. And then they come home. They're all on the same schedule, same as the people in the rehab facility. Now, they say that they have these certifications on their website. They do for the women's home, but they do not for the men's home. That's why I think this men's home was just purchased in her private name, whereas the female home, where they do have it, the certifications, is under an LLC name. So they're trying to get under the radar in this one. They've told the residents here that it's a home. And
Thank you.
Excuse me, Pinellas County, if it is a home, and it is a group home, Pinellas County says that they cannot live in this flood zone.
Thank you.
It's not safe for them.
Matthew? Or Andrew?
We've already stated what the law is on this matter, so I don't think we need to answer any more of those questions, because, I mean, if there's any bad behavior or any wrong behavior, we can look into it. But I think at this point, it's just, we've told you what the law is on this in terms of these homes. I don't know how many more questions we have to answer on this.
I think
No, you can talk. Absolutely, you can talk.
You can talk when you come up front. Until then, we're going to ask you to be respectful. I think, if I understood Rita's comments, she's saying that it does not fit the criteria. And so is that a question for the license issuing agency?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, as far as the city's responsibility, the city can look into these things.
Sure.
But you've got to be careful not to be targeting homes. If somebody wants to file, as Matthew stated, if somebody wants to make a complaint and they've got allegations and the city can look into it to that extent, they can. But you have to be very, very careful. If these certain group homes are allowed in single-family districts, so I'm trying to actually give you some help here.
Yep.
It's a sensitive topic, and I get it. The neighbors can speak on this, but as far as the city attorney's offices, we're going to give you what the law is, but we're not going to, answer every single question about every single allegation. I mean, that's something that the administration can do and look into.
Yeah.
But I would be very careful about having a long...
we're letting them have their audience comments, but I think if you're saying this is a question for the DCF or whoever, then we can say, look, this is a question for DCF. If these are the allegations, maybe that's the agency that can look into it.
And to the extent that the city has the information on that home from which agency it is operating from, I'm sure the city can make those phone calls and investigate. That's perfectly okay. But I would be very careful as far as the city representatives from, just sort of, I'm not saying the public can't speak. I'm just saying I would be cautious about appearing as though we're we're targeting certain types of protected uses that are allowed in single-family districts.
Great. Any other audience comments?
Steve Sanders.
I withdraw my request to speak.
Lisa R. Sorry, I can't pronounce your last name.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Lisa Reich, and I live on 78th Ave. I live right next to the house, and my question is, and it sounds like it's been answered, and that is that we as residents have to police, in effect, or wait till something bad happens. And I guess the ordinance is that you can do the housing, but it has to be a minimum of 30 days, or you can rent, correct? How does the city police that? How do you guys know? And I asked code enforcement, because you guys, code enforcement has been out, and he said, we really don't have any way of knowing. The only way that we know, or that we have in the past, is with VRBO or Airbnb. There's no way of knowing. So what I hear is being said is that I have to watch. I have to watch everything that goes on. I have to watch who comes and goes. Is that a way to live? I mean, I get it. I understand. My sister's an addict. I get it. But I'm being triggered on many, many levels, and I don't feel I can live peacefully in my home right now. I have to worry. I have to worry when my ring goes off. Who's that? What's going on? So I don't know whose ultimate responsibility it is to make sure the laws and the ordinances are being followed, but I don't want to be the police, and I don't want to wait until something happens behavior-wise. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Any other audience comments?
Kimberly Oaks.
My name's Kimberly Oaks. I live on 79th and Coquina. And I just have a couple questions for you gentlemen up here. Florida defines a resident as a person who has declared Florida as his or her only state of residence as evidenced by a valid Florida driver's license, or if they receive mail. You keep referring to these people as residents when they're really just temporarily occupants of this house. Is that correct?
I'm not going to answer your question.
Okay, well, could we get the answer to that question next time for the next meeting?
If you give your name, why don't you give your name to the clerk, or we have it, and we'll get an answer to you.
Thank you.
We'll be happy to contact you.
And then I sat here and I listened to you guys literally talk for 45 minutes about parking spaces and how it would benefit or harm the residents. Yet we are being dismissed and told to police this on our own. So I just have to ask you once again, how does this benefit the tax-paying full-time residents of St. Pete Beach? And I would like an answer to that question from one of you.
I don't think you're being dismissed. In fact, quite the opposite, because of all of your emails and phone calls that we all received here, that's the reason why we're sitting here having a discussion on this.
So what is the answer? How does this benefit the residents of St. Pete Beach?
The answer is, and you're not going to like the answer, but the answer is that in some cases, the state of Florida takes away the rights of cities to enact their own laws and ordinances. In fact, Commissioner Grill and I and Frislowski were at the FAR convention last week, and this is one of the big hot topics for all the cities in the state of Florida, that the state is preempting our right to decide for us as a city and residents what we want our city to look like and what we want our ordinances to look like. And so that's the problem. The problem is our hands are literally tied in this situation to the point where we have to have our city attorney essentially telling us, be careful what you say so that you don't put us in a position where the city can get sued.
Wouldn't you be in that same position, though, if, like you said, wait to see if something bad happens?
No.
You wouldn't be in that position if you're telling...
Here's the thing, is you have a presumption that everyone in that house is dangerous. You've presumed that. I don't know. That presumption may be correct. It may be completely incorrect, but it's based on a presumption that there's somehow some bad actors in that house. And they may not be.
Living
So
on
how do you actually proactively do something where folks are just, so far, they're just living their lives? So, I mean, how do you can't have law enforcement drive around their house every day. We can't knock and ask questions constantly.
I don't think
We can't force them to fill out forms and prove X, Y, and Z because they're private citizens. They're not doing anything wrong. They legally own the property. So every time you attack it from a legal perspective, are we allowed to do this? No. Are we allowed to do this? No. Can we do it this way? No. We're just getting boxed out. You kind of get boxed out that way, and then you're left with what I'll call is surveillance, eyes and ears. And it sounds like you're being reactive instead of proactive, but sometimes the proactivity is illegal. We cannot legally be proactive. It's illegal. We can't violate other people's rights, even if we think it's preemptively trying to protect ours, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense.
So it's a struggle. We talk about this in context of a lot of different things. How do we control behavior? We can't control behavior. We find ourselves always controlling the results of bad behavior. And we feel reactive, but we are a lot of times boxed in by the law. The law protects us, but the law also protects other people from us invading in their space. So it's frustrating. I hear your frustration. I know why you're frustrated. We experience frustration up here all the time when we wish we could do things that we just can't do. So that's kind of the way I see the situation, and that's what makes it so frustrating, is you feel like we're just sitting on our hands, and like, are you guys going to do something? And we say, like, well, we could do this. No, we can't. We can do this. No, we can't. We could do this. No, we can't. The attorneys are here. They're rely on their sage advice, and this is the advice they're giving us. And so we're all aware of your concerns. They're valid concerns, and we'll all just be, we'll be here to listen. And we have mechanisms in place if something goes awry or is amiss. We have code enforcement. We have law enforcement. So I think that's the best we can offer right now. If we could offer something more, we'd be doing it.
One thing I could say is the people that are above us would be Representative Cheney and Representative Luna. I mean, if we want to try to make some kind of changes to what's going on, we need to reach out to them. Again, we can only do what we can do. They're the ones that have put us in this position. So,
and just to reiterate, if you want a sticker from our conference, Local Voices, there's a big, I call it, ongoing battle between local municipalities and the state on who has responsibility. And clearly, through the Florida League of Cities, and I think I'll speak for our city, and I know many others, feel that the best decisions need to be made locally. So this is one that the state has preempted us from touching. There's many others, and I don't want to get into the whole legislative session, but there were many things passed that took authority away from local municipalities. One big one that continues is vacation rentals, right? The whole Airbnb vacation rentals. We are grandfathered, and we have more ability than other cities that don't have grandfathering. The state wants to take that back, and they continue, and they tried again this year, to take that authority away from the local municipalities. So while people say, what we do, we don't like it, it's too restrictive, the state's ready to open up it. If the state takes it back, as an example, it opens it up, it'll be a lot freer, we'd have a much bigger problem without any ability to work on it. And unfortunately, this is just another one of those issues. I think we need to do what we can do, which is make sure we understand where they are, make sure they're all licensed properly, make sure they're being run from a paperwork standpoint, as our legal team has pointed out, and the city administration can do that. And that's kind of where we have to start, and it's unfortunate that it's been preempted. There's many other examples. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Any other audience comments? Again, we want you to know that we do hear you and we do take it extremely seriously. And we will do what we can. I'm sorry, the time is up for comments. Right, but I'm happy to speak with you afterwards. Next next item for discussion is 7D, beach renourishment.
No, sir, 7C.
Sorry, 7C. Oh, I thought that was the House
Yes.
LFR guidance.
Yes, this the LFR legislative funding request from the Tallahassee. This is the time of the year where we need to start thinking in terms of what we are going to be making a priority for next year's requests for special appropriations. This is not your regular grant program. This is earmarks that will happen in Tallahassee through the legislative appropriation. If you remember last year, we got the $2 million for the fire station, and years before we got in all other monies. So I sent you an email the other day. I mean, there are two projects that I think that are really very good for discussion for this commission, and I don't know if anybody else has other projects, but we talked about a month and a half ago about the East Corey property, and if you want to make a real pursuit on that property, we can ask for $15, $17 million from the state to help us purchase the property. I don't know that the commission is ready to do that, but I just wanted to throw it up there. We can probably have more discussion at the next meeting. The other one is we had talked about renovating Egan Park, and all in, probably could use another $1 million for the renovation of the park, where we're going to be converting that into tennis, pickleball complex with some other facilities there. That's an area where we can ask for $1 million. Again, those are some of the things that I just talking to my staff. They kind of rise to the top of things that we can be discussed. I don't know if any of you have other projects that you're thinking about. If not, digest these two projects discussion, and we can probably bring it up at the next commission meeting and finalize what we really want to put in our request.
Did I see a request or a recommendation from you for $24 million for Don Cesar?
Yeah, that's a grant. That's not part of this at all. So we got notice that the NOAA,
NOAA, yeah,
right? NOAA, right, was issuing grants for resiliency. Now, when you are talking to federal agencies, they don't get scared for with a $20 million request. So what I did basically was we looked at the latest numbers that we have had based on where we are with the analysis for the Maritana area, and we said we will, they were requiring that we send a letter of interest and saying, yeah, we would like to have 20 million, might have been some other couple of millions there, but about a $20 million request. They are going to be looking at the letters that they get throughout the country, and then if they think that the project has merit, then we'll have to have a full grant prepared for that, and later on we'll be able to do that. But the bottom line on that one is that there is beginning to be some real money tied to resiliency, and the more that our plans are well thought out and more developed, the more likely that we'll actually get some funding for that. So any money that we put into design and planning for that, I think will pay off in the future, because we'll be able to be really competitive for the grants. So that's my discussion item on that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I want to look too at we have what's in the capital plan. I know the finance board went through and prioritized capital projects and see if there's anything.
Yeah, that's what we did. and then we can, you know.
Right. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Ask for money is always good.
Next item is 7D, beach renourishment.
Yeah, so about a week and a half ago, we finally got a map from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as to exactly what they were looking for property for Silver Sands, which is really very helpful because until then, we kind of were really shooting in the dark as to how much property they really wanted to take. If you looked at the maps, there really is a sliver of property on the building that is farthest north to that. It takes in part of the dune system that's adjacent to the property. I think there is a little sliver that touches into the actual physical, construction area. But I think that future discussions, and I know that Andrew is going to reach to the attorney. I think there might be some possibility of having an understanding with them because it's not that they really are impacting it that much. That easy for me to say. I'm sure that they probably don't see it that way. But given that we have now the map, given that we have clarification that they can separate us from Treasure Island, I think the opportunity is there for whatever the commission directs us to do in terms of how do we approach it, how do we deal with them, as to try to find a win-win situation between, Silver Sands and our beach renourishment program. That is.
So a couple things, just so we're clear from our last meeting, because we heard from the Big C that, and what I thought Kelly Levy said was that night she came here was that the Army Corps was willing to separate the Treasure Island project from our project. And that is true, correct? We have an email to that effect.
Yes.
Okay.
It has changed several times, so
Understand.
Honestly, people got confused because it changed several times.
The current state yes, that we have is that scenario.
Yes.
I saw an email from John Bishop less than a week ago that said if the county was going to bring sand out here, it would be 2 to 3 years, because I have the email. He said 2 to 3 years. And then the only impediment is the easement issue at Silver Sands and nothing else. Is that the lay of the land, or is there something else that we need to consider?
That I think is what we know today.
Okay, that's what we know today. And we have the map. Okay, and it was also, y'all, I think, were saying at the last meeting, Silver Sands didn't know anything about this. Is that true?
Depends on who Silver Sands is.
I see.
Okay, there are different people in Silver Sands that might know about it, some other ones that might not. So I know I've spoken to their building manager, and he's familiar with the issue, but I don't know how much their boards actually know. I don't know if they have gotten the maps yet or not.
So I've been talking to the president of the master board. They've got 3 buildings. Each building has its own board, and then there's a master board, and each one has different responsibilities for different areas of the property. Mr. Thrush is his name. He's got Mr. Bishop's email with the map, et cetera, and I believe our city attorney's also reached out to their Silver Sands attorney and had a discussion. I think that the question, certainly from Mr. Thrush, is I think he would like to sit down with the Army Corps of Engineers or somebody and explain to him why it has to be a perpetual easement. Because in his view, in the past, we've always been able to work this out. We've always been able to work out renourishment. Now, all of a sudden, it's a binary thing. You give it to us or we don't get it. And they're not happy, and I don't blame them, because the Army Corps has made Silver Sands the boogeyman, right? It's their fault. They're the ones standing in the way of all of St. Pete Beach getting renourished. So that's kind of a bad predicament. They also want to and need to protect their property rights, their property owners. The map, if we looked at it, to me, it doesn't make 100% sense, because the line, and I don't know if this is just somebody drawing on, with some sort of PowerPoint, but it clearly goes over the seawall and almost touches, the map I saw, almost touches the pool for Building A. Why would they need an easement that almost touches their pool?
I don't know why they need an easement, period.
Well,
They're saying they do.
right, so the map's not clear. So Silver Sands hasn't, I mean, for a final position, they have to have their internal votes. But they're looking for someone to give them, and I think it either has to, ideally it has to be the Army Corps, because they're the ones who are running the show, and/or the county, to explain to them what it is and why this is required. So at least they have something to discuss and take a vote on, as opposed to someone saying, well, we want your land, so do you agree? No, of course not.
Yeah, and I think we need to try to connect them with the Army Corps, because the county knows, well, this is what the Army Corps is requiring, and the county has been arguing against the Army Corps, but you don't really need that, right?
Right.
But the only ones that can change the map is the Army Corps, and so sometimes the devil is in the details, and when you start pointing out, well, what do you need the area by the pool? Can you just move this a little bit back? It might make a difference to somebody in their approval process, but neither us nor the county can change the map. So I think the way to facilitate this is somebody from this dais gets assigned to sit with the county the Army Corps and the county and Silver Sands and the Army Corps. They have to explain why they're changing their position on what they're doing, and we all know that that's a national level discussion, but at least they can explain it. It's not that I don't expect that that's going to happen. It's going to change because of Silver Sands not liking it. But there might be a little bit of maneuvering in terms of where the line actually needs to be or not, on it be. I mean, I think the lower level people at the Corps might be able to move that issue a little bit. So I think is a worthwhile next step. And I wait for your direction. You want attorney to do it, I can do it, one of you guys want to do it. I mean,
City Attorney, do we work through Mr. Weber?
Yeah, I did call them and let him know that, I reached out and called him, gave him the information. He was somewhat familiar with it, but not thoroughly, about as informed as I was about it. But I haven't heard back from him, but I thought I would just wait till this meeting until we get a strategy together.
So this is my thought, is that we've all been working I would say kind of frantically from the standpoint of when this got thrust upon us as a commission. We're listening to this and we're getting multiple sources of information that were kind of crossing each other, but inconsistent and moving and changing, and led us in different directions. They lead us to the county, they lead us to the Army Corps, they're leading us to Anna Paulina Luna, they're leading us to Silver Sands, they're leading us to the city attorney, and we're all trying to do something. Now that we've kind of fleshed out some of it, and I don't even think all of it, we're closer than we were 2 weeks ago, is that I think we need to, if we can discuss unity, like a unified plan, how do we understand that there's still different pressure points to push. But I think we have the bulk of it in front of us, and it's looking like we somehow have to get these easements. We'd like them to be temporary. No one understands why they have to be permanent and why they really even need them from Silver Sands. But they're saying they do, and that's the $80 million that's sitting up there and a project that's ready to go if we can get it. So the question is, what is the best approach to take for the city to accomplish our goal of getting renourishment? What is it? Sit and wait for the law to change? I think that can't happen. Wait for someone to convince the Army Corps to change their position. To me, I know so little about the Army Corps, but a bureaucratic governmental entity that seems like takes a mountain to move. It's like moving a mountain. Do we work through the county to see what scraps we can get from them? You know, the numbers keep changing. Is it 36 million? Is it 20 million? Is it 1 to 2 years? Is it 2 to 3 years? When we pull sand out of here, is it penalized by FEMA? Is it not? It's only for the one time? We don't really know. And to me, I'm not secure with relying on the county, relying on the Army Corps to change anything. I'm thinking that we need to, through council, get a legal opinion, legal strategy for the best way to approach in a, I guess, in a way that is not aggressive, not antagonistic with our partners here at the Silver Sands, and try and bring the Army Corps in together to see if we can get some understanding. I don't know how we do that. But I just think that that's the direction we have to go, and I don't know another direction. I don't like the situation we're in. It's not our fault. It's not Silver Sands' fault by any stretch. Right. I think everyone can understand their position. It's a logical and reasonable position. So we're at a stalemate here, but I don't believe in stalemates. I think that there's a path. I think there's a way. I don't know the path. But I think we have enough in front of us now that if we can get some legal guidance and some, a legal opinion on what's the best path to take, and do it. But I mean, we're going to have to lean on you guys to some degree.
Well, if we could get Silver Sands to agree somehow by either educating them, having some sort of a discussion with the Army or something like that, Army Corps of Engineers, if they would agree to either a temporary or some sort of an easement issue, even if you have to move the line, would we be able to separate from Treasure Island and get the beach renourished?
That's
confirmed. Is that, do we know that?
Yes.
For now.
Well, then I think we just need to try to get some sort of a, like you say, some sort of a sit down with the Army Corps of Engineers so Silver Sands can ask them the questions that they need answered.
Yeah, we need to get the two decision makers, which are Army Corps and Silver Sands, at the table.
Right. I mean, that's
probably, if it's Mr. Weber, then probably is their legal counsel. Get them at the same table, hash it out, and then see where we go.
I mean, if Silver Sands still says no and the Army Corps says no, then we have to come up with another option.
Plan C or D or whatever.
But I think we need to find out whether that could work first.
So I was going to bring some of this information at the mayor's report, but since we're dealing with it now, I have spoken with some of the residents at Silver Sands. So there are a number of challenges there that don't really have anything to do with their willingness or non-willingness to participate. I'm not up on condo law, but part of the issue is that they would have to change their bylaws. And to change the bylaws would require a significant vote of all the residents, not just those who show up to vote that day. So it's not like a regular election, we just count the votes. You need, so if they have 500 units, 375 people have to show up. So imagine the challenge of just trying to reach all 500 people and get at least 2/3 of them or 3/4, whatever the threshold is, to then vote in. So I'm not saying do not pursue this avenue. So if we can talk with Mr. Weber, that's great. If we can have a sit down with the Army Corps, but just the level of the mountain that has to be climbed for that, I don't know how the other ones did it, but it is, I've tried to change condo bylaws in the past, and it is incredibly challenging. We've had a phone call with Congresswoman Luna last week, Monday, with her and several other beach mayors that are affected by this. So we talked about strategies before at the Big C and when the county representative was here, about what the county can do, talking with the Army Corps, having the county as a backup to do that, whether it's 18 months or 2 years. It's probably at least a 2-year before they can get plans in place and have the beach nourishment if the county does it. And so Representative Luna asked at that point if we would give her permission to have a more, as she called it, aggressive approach. And that was going after funding and budget of that department. So there is the legal avenue that they could pursue where they could pass a new law and a new bill and then they would say, this is what it is, or they could go through funding and appropriations, which is quicker and it doesn't require House, Senate, and the White House. And so that's the course that they're going to take. So it's a multi-pronged approach, and Commissioner Marone is correct. Like, we need to be coordinated in all these efforts. And so, you know, the Congresswoman is working on one end, the county is working on the other end. If we can work with Silver Sands and see if there's an opportunity to have a discussion there. From what the county said, from what I've heard from the other mayors, the local Army Corps representatives, they signed off on it originally with excluding the Silver Sands and a few other places. It was passed down from the top level Washington administration that said, okay, you Florida Army Corps, you guys don't know what you're talking about, we're going to do it this way. So I think it's going to be an uphill battle on all of these fronts. But I also didn't want to paint a rosy picture. I want to make sure that we have a true and accurate picture of what we're actually facing and dealing with. So if we have another Big C meeting next week on Wednesday, I'm sure this will be one of the items for discussion, and I'll bring a report from that as well to see if there's any further developments from Congresswoman Luna as well.
Okay, so to be clear, for me, you want me to reach back out to Mr. Weber and see if I can...
Well, can you provide us with a legal opinion on what our options are?
Sure.
And then between the city attorney and city manager, how do we get Mr. Weber and I assume representing Silver Sands in front of, and at the same table with the Army Corps? I don't know how we get into the Army Corps.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I can do all that. I'm happy to do whatever you want. I mean, it just, you know, I've kind of been waiting to see what strategy the city wanted to take or the city commission wanted to take. But, you know, I'm probably among everybody up here, probably the least aware of all the daily changes and discussions that are happening, you know, so.
So how do we fix that?
Some kind of coordination, I think. I agree, it's got to be multi-pronged. There's political discussions that, you know, I don't need to take, I don't need to be involved in, things like that. But, you know, as far as like the narrow, you know, sort of, well, first of all, dealing with like the issues of the condo association and their internal operations, the challenges that they have with the bylaws, you know, I think all of those discussions can happen if Mr. Weber is willing to have a meeting with me, and then maybe if he feels like there's any movement where there's a possibility, you know, then I think I start digging in deeper on that. But I don't want to present that I know the most about this, because I don't. It sounds like I'm probably the least informed about the facts on the ground. I could tell you what your strategy could be. I mean, one of the things that first thing I thought of when I saw the map and the line is like, what model was this based on, and is it appealable? You know, and then the other thing is, you know, obviously you want to find out the big question was, why does this core require an easement, and does it have to be a perpetual forever easement, or can it be something else, some other tool? You know, those are all, you know, based on policy that the Corps has. And, you know, I don't know that off the top of my head, but, you know, I think, you know, too many people seem to be working on either old information or new information, or, half information, and, just like any project, we have a chance if we're united in our strategy. We don't have a chance if we're divided and everybody's doing different things. So
as a first step, can we, then maybe, city manager, can you reach out to the Army Corps and see, are they willing to come and sit down
Sure.
with Silver Sand? If they say no, I mean, that just closes off that whole discussion avenue.
Did you contact that I gave you for the Army Corps?
I call him, he hasn't called me back, but
Or through
I can try going through the county, and they will listen to the county, so I can get the county to call them. We're kind of in the middle, right? So it's U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, it's Silver Sands, and then us and the county are in the between, and our goal is to try to connect.
So what I understand is the county is the client of the Army Corps. Like the Army Corps is the contractor and the county is the client.
No, they are separate. But before we continue this discussion, maybe we can have a motion to extend the meeting to 10:15.
I'd move to extend the meeting through 10:15.
Second.
City Clerk, if you wouldn't mind a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes. It's the Army's project. Either one of them you could hire either one of the two contractors, right? Except that, in this case, the contractors have to pay for the project. So neither one of them is really incentivized, because the Army Corps says, well, you guys can do it, county, and county says, well, we don't want to spend the $36 million we have in the coffers, because the Army's supposed to do it. Right now, we finally got through to the county and said, look, the situation is so bad, you're taking all this money from the bed tax. The charter says it's for beach renourishment. It's point number 4 in the charter. So at least they've come to the table and said, okay, fine, we'll do it. If the Army Corps conversation fails. So either one of them could do it. Unfortunately, the county is starting 2 years behind when it should have been done. I don't know why they can't take the plans and the permits from the Army Corps. Why they have to do new plans, I don't know.
Flip them over. Yeah.
So I'll reach out to Mr. Weber, and I can work with Alice, because he's got the contacts at the Army Corps, and we'll see maybe between now and the next commission meeting, and obviously whatever information someone gets, if you could funnel it my way or Alex's way, he and I can, try to get that step going first.
And we were initially supposed to have John Bishop here. Kelly Levy came in his place, and John Bishop seems to still be the point person at the county unless someone else is. I think he's the guy. And
John works for Kelly.
Yeah.
John works for Kelly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is he the point person on this?
He's the one who's been around this issue for many, many, many years. But Kelly is very much involved, so it's not that.
Okay.
It's nothing that John knows that Kelly doesn't.
All right.
Right.
All right, and there's no sense, I don't know, them coming back and reporting to us unless everybody wants. They can let the city manager know what's going on.
Let them
We don't need to
focus.
have them here.
Okay. Item 7E, resignation policy. Commissioner Grill.
Sure, and I'll keep this brief. I think we had a resignation this week of our HR person. I was a little surprised, and I started looking at it after our CFO resigned, that people give 2 weeks' notice. There's no way, it'd be very rare to be able to find hire a backfill from the market within 2 weeks. I would assume that someone's not working, and then you wonder, okay, why they're not working. There's legitimate reasons why someone may not be working and available to start on Monday. But the reality is they probably have a job, they probably have resignation guidelines. So I find that 2 weeks, which is in our employee handbook, is short. And I'd like us to take a look at that. Some organizations are 4 weeks. Sometimes even at 4 weeks you're pressed. That someone would need to give 4 weeks notice. And maybe we look at it, we're not a large or very deep organization. Maybe it's at a director level, it's 4 weeks. And below that, but I think we're all a little nervous we're losing all our HR expertise come a very short period of time. So I think we should look at that. I don't know what the right answer is, but it's got to be something, because for the longevity of the organization and keeping the organization together. We can put some hooks into people, some handcuffs. For example, you give 4 weeks' notice. It doesn't stop someone from walking out tomorrow, but okay, you won't get paid. You get paid for the next 4 weeks if you're here, and if you're not here, then you don't get paid, for example. So that was the item.
Yeah, I can ask Colleen Flynn, the labor and employment attorney, like what are the best strategies for things like that, like senior level positions. I mean, you can't stop someone from leaving, that day, but someone could forfeit some of their PTO time or something like that. There could be some penalty for not doing that, but 4 weeks. I've never seen 4 weeks really, but. I get it from a professional point of view. You want to leave your office in good standing, but I'll ask her what's the best way to go about doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, 7F, the city manager expenses. Commissioner Grill.
Sure. Just a very quick update. I think we all received, got the files from our CFO. I went through them the other night. She's provided some backup. Some information, and again, we're looking at the POs issued as well as just check runs. I used some judgmental samples, and based on the explanations back, there's nothing to report. We're still by the next meeting, we'll have the explanation from the P cards where I did a sample, but the business justification, et cetera, wasn't due to finance for 30 days, so that's still open. So we'll report that next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we have item 7G. This was at the request of the attorneys handling the ongoing investigation with the city manager, and they asked us to discuss as a commission and come back with a recommendation or a request whether we wanted the report provided orally, individually, or in a written format to the commission as a whole. And they would like some direction so that they know how to proceed.
My recommendation is a written report in a bullet point format.
Both.
I agree.
Okay. Good.
Both was.
I'm sorry, both. To the mayor's point, an oral. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry. An oral update as well as then something written.
Okay.
But to Commissioner Marone's point, bullet points. We don't need.
Yeah, we don't need a storybook.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have reports. City Clerk.
I just wanted to kind of update you on the research that I've been doing. As you know, I was made aware of an issue by one of our residents having a problem with a business and her service dog. And one thing I'm sure you all know about me is I'm very passionate about people being treated equally, laws being abided by, and people being educated on that, right? So when I heard from this woman, of course, it ignited in me, like, how can I help her? Because if I were in that situation, I would want that. I mean, it's already hard enough that she's visually impaired, right? So you've seen the emails from Southeastern Guide Dogs. You saw the email from the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce, Pinellas, Lighthouse Pinellas. So I gave you a little update outlining the suggestions by the entities and what I have now summarized. And what I want to say is, yes, while it is education to businesses and we are a government, we also are responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of our residents and of our visitors. And as public servants, I believe that it is really good to do what we can for our residents, whether that is through the methods of doing what I've done, getting someone to come in, and that's kind of what thought process has been guiding me along this path. So What I believe I would like to do between now and the next meeting is meet with Lighthouse Pinellas and talk to them a little bit more about what kind of informational pamphlets do they produce. That was one thing that they offered to do for us, is to prepare something for us to mail out. So I want to understand what that looks like. I also want to understand what does a training look like with the business community. What do they do for this Pinellas County? I also want to meet with the St. Petersburg ADA coordinator. That was one of the suggestions made by Lighthouse Pinellas. I want to understand, what does this ADA coordinator do for the city? What kinds of things do they educate residents on? How do they make their public spaces compliant? That's very interesting to me, and I would like to be able to meet with him and kind of go through that. And then I want to understand what the ADA coordinator training certificate program is, and if we need something like that for the city, that would be something I'd be interested in taking on. So that's where I'm at with that project. Also, I'm working on a social media policy with Ms. McMahon. We have a meeting next week with several staff members to go over their roles and responsibilities for their specific social media pages. I'm preparing an update to the city's record management policy. I would like to see the city become more centralized with their record keeping, specifically at our Laserfish platform for digitization. This is a policy that I would like to adopt via resolution, so I would like to have some time to present it in front of all of you when I get to that point. Coupled with that, I will create a training for staff and for you all to show the functionality of this Laserfish program. I know I mention it quite often, and I don't think you guys can really understand what it is, so I'd like to be able to share that with all of you. I'm preparing an update to the city's public records policy. I will also couple that with a training to show the functionality of the Just FOIA portal. Speaking of the portal, I just wanted to give you some statistics. Year to date, this year, January to present, 286 requests have been made and responded to. Last year, same time frame, 164 requests were made. So it's definitely being utilized by our residents and by the public. I will begin updating the documents for the 2024 election qualification books for the November qualification period for Districts 1 and 3. That's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager?
Yes, two quick items. I got two positions that we're ready to fill. One is a firefighter medic, and that's going to be a recruitment from the outside. And we have found the third part-time code enforcement officer. So the other two are already on board, and we have identified the third one. So we're ready to make an offer on that. And the mayor wanted me to discuss the budget workshop. What happened is that as we're putting together the discussion for the budget hearing, there are enough items that I think it will be worthwhile for us to start a little earlier. In a workshop format, there are 5 actual different items that I want to make sure we have enough time for the commission to discuss. That way we don't end up at midnight here trying to make a decision on the budget. So that was why I've asked for additional time.
Before or after the meeting?
Because it is going to be, we're going to be adopting the budget on first reading on that meeting, so before. So I think we're like 5 o'clock, yeah.
5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough time?
I just want to remind you that we do have to start right at 6 o'clock for the budget meeting.
Maybe we start earlier, because if we have to start at 6, if we've got 5 items, budget items, if there's one.
I think we can do it. But if you want to start, listen, I'm here.
No food, no snacks, no drinks.
Yeah. No, but okay. Let me rephrase that. I'm here all day. So
No, but I mean,
you tell me when.
For this one, we can't, we don't have the ability, like we do now, to make a motion to go forward.
Right. Yeah.
3, 4, I mean, but 5 o'clock?
Okay.
4:30?
You tell me.
About 4:30.
4?
4:30.
Okay.
4:30? Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
That way we can eat. Maybe if we finish early, we can eat. You're always kind.
Yeah.
We have 6 minutes. We got to get through these
That's all I
reports.
have. No, that's all.
City Attorney?
What is the date on that?
No.
And
Okay. No good news or bad news.
Okay. Commissioner Moreau?
I have one thing, I think it just feels like it's been left out hanging, and I wasn't sure how it got resolved, because I just don't remember. Hiring of an assistant city attorney, what was the steps we were gonna take. My understanding is what we were gonna do was have a outside headhunter, but we didn't identify, to recruit someone, but we didn't, I don't think we ever identified that.
Yeah,
Headhunter.
my recollection, and I think Matthew actually went and looked at the minutes because it occurred to us as well. I think there was, I don't know that there was a formal motion or vote, but it was a consensus to ask the city manager to bring some recruiters forward or suggested recruiters on doing that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I thought you guys got to sign that, but
that's
fine. No, that's fine. I'll do it.
The word was staff.
Staff,
Okay.
yeah, there it is.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, let's move. We're going to run out of time here.
Okay.
I know the one that we used for you is the same one for Wayne, Colin
Yes.
Bassinger,
Yeah,
I think
yes.
that's the one the city's used for a long time.
Commissioner Graves?
That's all I have.
Good.
Commissioner Grow?
Two very quick things. Government Week, so under Florida League of Cities, there's something called Government Week. And I'll get some information out to everybody. It's something we tried to do last year. We didn't do well on it and then Hurricane Ian messed everything up. It's in October, but it's a way to build bridges with the community, talk about what municipal government does. We had talked last year about reaching out to the schools, getting some things set up. Some of us could go to the schools and talk about what we do as a municipal government. And Mayor, it ties into something you had brought up several months ago about how we engage with the public, et cetera. So I'll get some items out there. To the city manager, there were door hangers today that went around from Roland saying that there's going to be reclaimed water work in the neighborhoods. It will seriously disrupt traffic in the neighborhood. I got some questions. I'll send you a copy. It didn't talk about the timing, what work was done. Don't know if this ties in with what Mike Clark told us about the new metering. But they're hieroglyphics in the street again. I call them hieroglyphics and different color, nice paints and identifying things. So if we could get an update for that. And just so everyone knows, the city manager and I've talked about a paving schedule. We have a number of breaks. And I'm being myopic here with my district. I know it's across the city. We have a number of breaks that have gone on for a very long time. Utility cuts that need to get paved. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to get through this in the next 3 minutes. So I have a couple of updates. One, I'm going to be out of town for the second meeting in September the 26th. So I will ask for a courtesy of not hearing any conditional use applications on that date, similar to what Commissioner Marone requested for red, white, and booze. That is,
So you're going to be out of town the day of the red, white, and booze cut? Is that what you said?
no, I will be out on...
I'm fading here.
No, I'm going to be out of town on September 26th. And I'm asking that if there are any conditional use applications, they will not be scheduled for that day, but rather the following week, the same as we did for you.
Excellent. Yes. Yes.
I'm also going to ask Commissioner Grill as Vice Mayor to attend the Big C meeting. That is going to be on the 27th, the day after the commission meeting. And then I'm going to request that the city manager update us on any other development plans as they come up. I know we've made this request multiple times. I don't think it's appropriate for the commission to find out about a community meeting for a development on next door. I think we should be made aware of these things in advance so that we're not caught off guard by residents saying, what is this? So for those of you who don't know, there's a community meeting for the vacant lot across from Undertow and next to Zamora. They want to put whatever it is that they want to put there, and that's going to be on September 1st.
Mayor, I just want to make a correction to that. The city didn't know any of this. Typically, I work with the applicants to tell them about what is required. So I know that city manager did not know, Jennifer did not know. This came before the planning people, and it was like a brief discussion. I became aware of it on Monday. That's when they became aware of it, and it is not going to be held on the 1st. They did not meet the requirements, and it will now be held on the 8th.
Okay, so it's,
I just want to say for this specific one, that was the applicant's issue.
okay.
Like that letter that went out, because I had a friend of mine who lives over in District 3 send me a copy of a letter on his phone and said, hey, did you see this?
Yes,
You
they
know
did the
about it."
mailing, and that's all that they
And I'm
did,
like,
but
I
it was
don't-
all incorrect.
So they're the ones, the
Yeah.
applicant sent the, okay.
Let alone they want to do a meeting at 5:30 on a Friday
Yes.
before a 3-day weekend.
So, we are aware, and we've worked with the applicant, and I just want to say to the public, it is not September 1st. There is a letter going out tomorrow, I believe, to meet the deadline, so we're trying. We are trying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, unless there's anything else, we are adjourned. 40.